side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Come on, everybody, bring it in.
What brings you to the lost and found, dear? Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. 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 Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. eyes and blood.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. We become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form. ことば繰り返し寝ても覚めてもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね
That is the changing lanes guy.
Is he switching lanes?
He might have said it.
He should change his in-game name to Changing Lanes.
I mean, sure, but his teammates will have a field day.
How come?
Well, think about it. Hey, changing lanes, what lane are you playing? Or changing lanes, you don't seem that good. Have you considered changing lanes?
Okay, I have a good one. Hey, Changing Lanes, have we considered changing games?
That's kind of rude.
But it's League of Legends, isn't it?
Now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in.
Oh, what a pick! What a way to close things out.
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the bad.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Want to level up beyond the Rift? Express like a legend and find your fastest server in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. It's time to Express. Scan to start your 14-day free trial. Subscribe to unlock free Hextech chests and keys.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
From beyond the past, the seed is sown, the spirit knows, may it guide me for I again we wander
Welcome back to the League of Legends EMEA Championship, where 2 direct qualification slots for Worlds are up for grabs this weekend. We started things off on Friday with Vitality staying in the running for Worlds 2025 as they qualified for the summer playoffs by taking down Heretics after a gruesome wake-up call in Game 1. On Saturday, however, GX proved exactly why they are not just a scrimming team. They took down the former Gatekeepers BDS in a decisive 3-0. And today, we start our road to Madrid in the upper bracket with KC against G2, where one will emerge as our first qualifier to Worlds 2025. For KC, redemption for their spring split is on the line, with all eyes on the mid lane as Vladdy remains on the starting roster. The blue wall stands behind them as they push one step closer to fulfilling Kameto's dream of winning Worlds. For G2, there is even more to prove. EMEA has lost faith in the fallen kings of the LEC. With little time left in the year to meet their army's expectation, show this project has what it takes and prove that there is no version of G2 that goes a full year without winning a trophy. G2 and KC are not just looking to win the summer split. They're looking to fulfill lifelong dreams, to silence the doubts their fans and themselves have had throughout the year, and to send one clear message. This is our league. So sit back, strap in, and change your passwords. It all starts here right now in our match of the week.
The other group seemed like a bit stronger than ours, and obviously like Koi and KC, which are great teams as well. They're really strong so like you have to put the respect on all of these teams.
I think G2 actually looked pretty good on the only series they played. We know how to win the games, we know how to be the best team in the league. Yeah, we just want to keep doing that. We want to keep working on the mistakes we do and then just get better at it.
Broken Blade in the mid, did use his ulti in the previous fight. Bukana starting to retreat, and in goes Caps! It doesn't matter! Kill him 5 times! Kill him 6 times! He's there right when you need him!
You like at really high, and then you're losing and you're like going really low. You just have to accept that, well, you played bad, you did some mistakes, and then you have to get the mindset back, the work and everything.
You would have to give 100% like every single day to actually make it to Worlds.
Argument in effect, he's got himself a pop blossom angle. He's going to find the ball. He snuck in to bring Casey back on down.
We're gonna be doing much better now. Like we know the mistakes, we reviewed it, like all the games we lost, and we learned like a lot from these mistakes.
My philosophy is to grind a bit more, and we're gonna keep grinding until we get to China, you know.
With the top 6 teams locked in for playoffs, we are now officially entering international stakes territory here at the LEC, where exactly 2 slots are up for grab this weekend to qualify for Worlds 2025. I'm Ginny, your host, joined with Odo, and all I got to say is, Worlds!
It is Worlds, right? And what a way to kick it off with KC versus G2, the rematch of our winter finals.
Oh, this is such an exciting one, but it's definitely been a busy 2 weeks ahead of this game as well on social media, with rumors swirling around who's actually going to be starting in the KC's mid lane.
Yeah, it's been 2 long weeks. I feel like the rumors even ramped up towards the end with Rodrigo doing the infamous detective, trying to figure out who is starting between Vladdy and Niski, and it is Vladdy, right? To everyone's, I guess, question, because his performance has been dipping a little bit. We can't really beat around the bush. I feel like in winter and in spring, he has been, you know, the blue wall, literally the blue wall in KC's game plan. But right now, in summer, I feel like this is also the time where he started to struggle a little bit. His stats has been going a little bit lower. He found himself in positions where he needs to do just a little bit more than he's perhaps comfortable. And that also just begs to question the champion pool, because he has been failing a little bit to adapt with the champions that he's playing. Because before in winter and spring, he was always playing these sort of control mages. He was playing the Azir, the Rights, and even Talia, you know, roams around the map, but still a control mage. That's where we found the best performances of Vladdy, because all he had to do was just hold the fort. He was always the guy who was always there doing well, you know, especially, you know, against Caps, which is also our matchup for today. He was always doing really well, holding the fort. He was playing, getting leads and overall holding, but now he has 0% win rate on the champions that the meta seems to be following this sort of more proactive mages that need to go around the map, you know, get the power, impose his play style on the enemy and find leads for your other teammates. So that's why also I feel like he's been struggling a little bit.
It's also a really difficult position to be in when we're looking at Vladi, because you also have Niski as a potential threat in the back of your head that you're always going to have to keep your eyes out for. But that's the thing over here at KC, right? And they've had this break week where we genuinely expected them to work a little bit more in their team harmony.
Well, yeah, with these 3 weeks, it's been a long time. It really feels like it's one of those periods of time where it either makes or breaks the team, especially with this sort of, you know, pressure and the decisions, or is Niski going to play? Is Vladi still going to be playing? Because I also heard rumors that, you know, Niski got some play time. So it does bring the question up here, did they fix enough? And given the fact that they're still going with Vladi for today, it really does show that they have a lot of confidence to, you know, fix up these problems that they have been having for this summer split.
Well, thank you so much for your takes on Vladi and what we can be expecting. Over on the other side, however, we have G2, and Madrid is their last chance to secure any title this year, which is a crazy position to be in, Vedi, because this is literally G2 that we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, G2 has had a pretty interesting year overall. Even though they've been able to make back-to-back finals, for the standards of this organization, that just hasn't been enough. And they have set their sights on a title. They want to guarantee themselves first seed heading into the World Championship. And while throughout this year they've shown in the playoffs they can get to the finals, there's still that question mark of, are things different this time around?
And that's a question that they're going to have to answer today, because honestly, Rob, as well, it feels like finally the pieces of the puzzle, the vision that G2 had at the start of the year, it's coming together.
Yeah, and it kind of, this has to be it. Like, it's make or break at this stage. And my eyes are kind of drifting towards Skuyemand and Labrov, as you've already highlighted. These were the new pieces. These were the pieces that had to shine to make this organization work. And I think especially for Skuyemand, he has been spectacular in that role. He's had a plethora of different champions he's able to bring to the board. He's been supporting his lanes exceptionally well, making sure that he can shadow people, especially like Broken Blade, when he brings out some of these unique picks. He's been all around the map, and I think both him and Labrov have really stepped into their own and understanding where they need to be on the map to support the winning pieces of G2 and support the winning organization in theory.
Absolutely. I mean, we have this kind of smorgasbord of champions plastered are behind us just to illustrate the kind of diverse styles that Skuyemand has brought to this team. And as you highlighted, there were a lot of questions surrounding the introduction of these players, but it's nice to see both Skuyemand and Labrov finally fitting into place. The question is it overhype? Because we know that they came from Group B. We've seen now that both teams from Group A are the ones that have qualified for playoffs, and there is that question mark of how strong is G2 really?
It feels like the way that this direction is going here is all eggs in the Vladi basket on the side of KC, whereas on G2 it's more of a team effort.
I 100% agree. I think the way I look at G2 is that it's not like they have very good people in each of their individual roles, but it's more about having that all come together as a unit where they understand, hey, I need to push this wave on side so I can be at this position for this objective, so I can make sure that we're working as a team. And that has always been the way that G2 have won, even though they have some of the best players. And I think that's why Skuyemand and Labrov needed to step up. I mean, we heard kind of Labrov talk about on Euphoria that it was a lot of pressure on him, and I can imagine it was the same for Skuyemand about trying to adapt to this G2 organization, but it finally feels like they're getting there.
I mean, all I know is that coming into this game, they're two really strong teams. It's going to be a powerhouse matchup. There's so many matchups to keep our eyes on that we don't have enough time. I'm just ready to get into game.
Oh, you and me both, brother. And as we head into today's game, one thing for certain, everyone's talking about this matchup. Laura's also ready on the arena floor to check in with fans and Skuyemand in our Marriott Bonvoy pregame check-in to get this started.
Thank you so much, Ginny. I'm with Alexandre and Romaric with a beautiful vintage jersey from KC. Do you have any words of encouragement for Vladi today?
Yes, Vladi had to fill up second shoes. Nobody thought he could do it, but no matter what, in the second year of KC in LEC, he got the first LEC title. I mean, it's amazing. No one thought he could do it, but he did it anyway while being the MVP of the final. So life, there is lows and downs, but no matter what, KC fan, we will be there. We will be there.
Alexandre, do you want to add something?
Yeah, great players shows up in great matches, that's all.
You got it. Who do you think is going to be the best player from your team?
I think it's definitely going to be Broken Blade. He's been grinding a lot of champs in solo queue. He's really confident, and I think from what I've seen in his interviews with like other journalists and content creators, he's starting to get confident in his off-meta picks, and I think that's going to be the difference against KC today.
Any champion that you want to see the top father playing today?
Mundo is always very fun.
Who do you think is going to win?
Oh, I think it's going to be a 3-2 for G2, and I hope for a clear top lane.
All right, 3-2 G2.
As well as Fearless Draft, I hope for best of 5 games, so I'm going to say 3-2 G2 as well.
And what's your prediction?
I must say it's a close one. I think KC takes first, but afterwards 3 for G2 and it's 4 games.
What makes you think that you guys are going to win today?
See how many titles we got. It's just facts.
Yeah. Just facts, simple facts. What is your prediction then? How many games?
3-0 easy.
Now, simple question. What should the password be after what you're going to do to G2 today?
I think it's going to be like Niski div, because of course Niski is going to come and show that Cap is a fraud. So
Subski maybe today. Thank you so much. I'm going to join Skumon now for the pre-game interview. Thank you so much for joining me. It's the big day. Actually, everything has been ramping up the whole week, but you guys have been ramping up as well. From the time you guys went back to MSI, there's a lot of improvements actually. Positioning on the map, you and Lebrov working together. What do you identify as the most crucial improvements and maybe the key that you were missing out before?
I mean, I think that we are all like way more aware of like what is our game plan in general. Like starting from early game to the mid game, knowing our strength of our team comps and how we want to play the game depending of like what champ we have, what enemy champs they have as well, right? Trying to either like just stop enemy composition to just work well, right? And also I think we did a pretty good job on like vision tracking and vision control, and I think it's been pretty great so far.
Yeah, and it has to come together today. I mean, the whole work you've been doing this year pretty much has to come together today, and there's so much history already between KC and G2, and of course you want to put behind the unfortunate events that happened in winter. Do you feel like you're over it now? Have you overcome that?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, like what's in the past is in the past. I mean, I think it's a bit of a shame that we couldn't play against, we couldn't take a revenge in best of 5 since that final. We only played the best of 3 in spring. And yeah, I mean, I'm just really looking forward for today's games. I think it's going to be a banger match for sure. I think like both teams improve so much compared to like the winter split. And yeah, I'm just really looking forward to see what both teams have prepared.
So it's road to Madrid, wall spot on the line, and I feel like we all saw the tension rising, even on social media with the fans. Is that something that you felt as a player this week?
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, I'm not really using like Twitter or anything, so not really. But obviously, like I'm part of G2, so I know what is going on. And yeah, I mean, I know that there is a lot of spice going on these days on social media. So I mean, I think that's cool. You know, that's fine. It has up more like hype coming to the game. And yeah, I mean, as you said, like whoever wins goes to Worlds and Madrid. So like. It's just like really insane match, so I'm looking forward.
Skumon, what is your mantra ahead of today, and do you have any closing thoughts for the fans? We're super hyped for this amazing series.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to take my revenge, obviously, from Winter Split, and just show that we are a good team. I don't think we had like the hardest group, to be honest, in this regular season, and I think that KC is like a really strong team, so I just hope that we'll be able to show like a good showing today, and hoping to make all of the G2 Army fans proud, obviously.
All right, well, best of luck. Bonne chance.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. And we're so much looking forward to the start of the series. So let's send it over to the casters to see what happens when the G2 Army meets the Blue Wall.
Well, we have 5 games, hopefully, to find out exactly what happens when G2 and KC butt heads. I'm Medic, I'm joined by Nymera. Great to have you here. Are you excited?
I am so excited, Berlin. Are you excited?
Let's go as we see the players coming out onto the stage, guided there by their fans. I saw someone saying the lobby password is 123321. Can promise you it's not that.
Not leave it alone, could you, Medic?
It just says it on the screen, man. I just read what I see, you know? Coach is taking the stage as well. A rematch that has been long awaited. We've seen these teams play a few times already this year, but I know G2 will want vindication and vengeance from the winter finals where KC gave them a bit of a shellacking. KC actually had the upper hand in 3 of the 4 series the two teams have played against each other this year.
And let's be honest, G2 are not used to having losing records against anyone. They will want to start getting some ground back on that today. And of course, they got the G2 Army right behind them as well, making some noise in the crowd up there against the Blue Wall. Both of these fan bases standing up in force. We hope that the teams will do just the same.
I just want good chants. Yeah. It's been a while since I felt a really good chant here in the LEC arena.
You know that the G2 Army actually has like little hymn books they can, you know, like the football crowns.
Okay.
Yeah.
They take a pew.
I know that they had a chant for every single player at points.
That's cool.
So I'm just saying, we'll listening.
I think that like all the chants I've heard from KC fans as well have been amazing.
Fantastic,
so
yeah.
I'm looking forward to see what we can, or to hear, I guess, what we can hear. So we get into draft for game 1. The big questions on the table. Broken Blade versus Kana. Is it going to be a carry top lane matchup, or are we going to see tanks, as we have more traditionally over the last few weeks? The bot lane as well, a key point of focus. Two of the best AD carries in the league. I think arguably the 2 best AD carries. I think Super would be putting his name up there as well. Will they be able to find advantages through the draft? KC on the blue, G2 on the red, Pantheon and Annie immediately taken away.
And I really have to wonder what these teams have been cooking in this slight break as well. We have had, you know, some innovation over the last patch or two. Stuff like Morgana is starting to get played in parts of the world. And Vedius is really quite passionate about talking about that.
I mean, you're passionate about it because Beitron played it earlier today, man.
I am, and he was great.
He was really good. It was really good. It was buffed on 3 patches in a row. Varus taken away by G2. They're pinching that AD carry pool. 2 of the strongest picks in the meta right now as well, the Yunara and the Varus. Talia, the final ban from KC. Where would G2 go? Do you look for something like an Azir ban just to make sure that you don't have the...
You've answered that question. You've just predicted it instead. I wonder what's happening with the jungle pool now. Stuff like Wukong has been very powerful here in Europe. We don't tend to pass up stuff like Maokai and stuff like that too easily either. Do hover over that Rise. Instead, Orianna, lane dominant mid laner, and something which Vladdy is very confident on, something which the devs were talking about a lot was this mid lane matchup. Of course, we was getting to the point of the split. We didn't know if Vladdy would even be starting, which would be unthinkable after Winter. I think giving him a strong laning mage pick which he's comfortable on is a good start for KC.
Yeah, 67% win rate on it all time, 6-3 on the champion. Haven't seen it from him this split, but come on. Obviously something he's very confident on. LeBlanc!
Oh, are you kidding me?
Oh my god! So Caps has the longest win streak in EU on this LeBlanc, 13 games in a row as far as I remember. What a moment to pick it out, because like the obvious thing for KC is, you know, you pick up the Nocturne, you look for that engage, but it's so hard to do that onto the LeBlanc. Alongside that, it looks like it's going to be Poppy for Skumond, which he has not lost on this split, and that is, you know, for G2 kind of just saying they haven't lost this split at all, so it makes a lot of sense. Where will KC go in response to the LeBlanc, which I think we've only seen a few times this year.
I mean, in this summer, I think we've had, you know, 3-ish games or so. Very rare pick, but let's be honest. If you're going to come into this game with confidence, especially on the form that Caps is on against Vladdy, who needs to find his feet again, we know he can be very good. I really think that Caps picking something like this, which can lane bully, snowball, and cause so many issues once you get ahead of the game, that is a hell of a pick to do it with. Rumble is let through. G2 typically ban away the Rumble. They've given it over this time, and now you have pretty long-range ultimates to use from KC. If they get any kind of lockdown to pin G2 into the big equalizer, that could be very, very problematic, as KC would look to finish off what could be a very strong team fight comp from the top side.
I mean, usually when you have the Orianna, you do look for that Nocturne, but instead they're going for the Skarner. Nocturne not the best at diving onto a Poppy or onto a LeBlanc, so they switch things up, get themselves a tank in that top side.
Yeah, and the Skarner, I think it's known as the charcoal flame skewer over in China, this combo, the Rumble Skarner. So it's less about playing towards the Orianna, it's playing towards that Rumble instead, where you get that impale into the Flame Splitter and the Equalizer, and we get Broken Blade.
Oh my god.
So we're getting all the flair here from G2. We were wondering what they were cooking up, and well, we saw this once from Broken Blade. It was against Sion. Not exactly sure how it's going to work against the Rumble hit. Tons of changes came through for this pick. Sadly, we don't have Finn here today to break down for us. I'm sure he's screaming into the mic at home somewhere.
Yeah, he's having a whale of a time at home watching G2 and KC butt heads already in the draft. Like, you look at KC's draft, it's pretty standard. Like, this is what we expect from a 25.17. Maybe the Skarner would be a little bit out of place, but on the other side, G2 just going hell for leather early doors.
If G2 manage to get control of vision, they're going to pop out of that fog of war very, very quickly and very, very dangerously. Stuff like a Flash Poppy coming out of Flog, something that LeBlanc does very well too. G2 have very good skirmish potential. KC have more team fight potential as it stands right now. As we get later into the draft, you can see that G2 wanted to remove some of the safer AD carries, which are less prone to getting one-shot by a LeBlanc. Stuff like the Sivir is gone, the Xayah as well. Makes you wonder what will be left up for Kalista to allow him to play more safely. You wonder about something like a Kai'Sa sometimes, because you're going to get your own shield, but even then it feels a bit risky.
Yeah, the problem with Kai'Sa is you're dashing around with the shield, but you're doing that in the middle of a Kled, LeBlanc, and Poppy.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not sure I want to be
I'm not saying
dashing
it's a good
around.
option. I'm just wondering what's left.
I agree with you. It's a possibility, but it doesn't feel like a great option. As you say, most of the self-sufficient AD carries have already been taken out of the pool. If you really wanted to look towards things, you could say something like the Ziggs that can just clear a range and push things back, but you already have so much AP on your top side for KC that you need an AD carry. You need that physical damage coming out of the bot side. Kai'Sa's stolen away by G2 as well, which makes it even harder for Kalist and for KC to find an AD carry that's suitable here.
I do wonder what they're going to pick, which is self-sufficient. You might have to go towards the Corki, just have that Valkyrie to dash back. It does give you some early game pressure, which will help you a decent amount. G2, their lanes are actually quite scary on top side. They lock in the Nautilus, take away from Kai'Sa, one of their best pairings, and that'll leave them with more something like the Rel.
Yeah, the Rel will be Labrov's first time on it this split. G2 have only played 8 games, so it's not like the largest sample size to pick from, but neither of these supports actually bringing out Rel before this series, and it will only be Labrov bringing it out here, obviously, because we are in Fearless Draft. So, game 1 of this best of 5 qualifies you not only for Madrid, not only for the finals weekend, but also for the World Championships over in China in a month and a half time. What are we feeling? G2, as you say, very skirmish heavy. KC, much more front to back traditional.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the tagline for this one. It is skirmish versus team fight. If KC get bodied in lanes, they're going to lose vision, and they're probably going to lose a lot of kills to skirmishes beyond that. So very early into the game, we're going to see some important moments. Are we going to see Caps freeze the wave outside of his turret, jump beyond the wave, and threaten Vladdy on the Orianna? That is something which happens in this matchup a lot, and Caps, we know how good he is on the LeBlanc at punishing lanes like this. He's so famous for it. We are in the heavyweight matches now, folks. Both teams going to be leaving the colors of each other's jerseys, black and blue, you got to feel.
Battered and bruised, black and blue. The Samurais taking on the Blue Wall, being in such loud voice throughout the year, especially after winning Winter Split. KC had a little bit of a downfall going into spring, now trying to bounce back in summer, have had their foibles, have had their flaws. G2, after 2 disappointing finals, want to show they can go undefeated through the LEC. Have done it in their group. The question is, will it continue through playoffs? Currently sitting at 8 games in a row. The record held by Fnatic, 22 in a row back in that 18-0 season in 2015.
That's the one, 2015 summer. Special one that was.
Here we go. On to Summoner's Rift for what is hopefully the first time of 5 today. Caps on his LeBlanc, his signature pick. 13 games without losing on it so far. Looking to make it 14. The guy has a 69.2% win rate on this pick. Over 52 games, his most played throughout his career. Good positioning there from Kalist to get some damage onto all 3 of Caps, Hans Summer, and Labrov.
Yeah, it's good. Level 1 warding patterns, really. You'd like to put a ward down onto each other's Raptors. Tends to give you a lot of information midway through the clear, so that ward tends to survive after the jungler's done their first quadrant. Can give you a lot of nice tangential information. And I think that information with the the quick look in towards the enemy Raptors and, of course, the ward put onto red buff is quite important for KC, because when I look at Kled, I look at LeBlanc, I think there's a lot of options potentially for Skumon to just dip into a lane, force flashes, and give a lot of problems towards KC's early lanes.
Well, we don't want to have all the fun by ourselves up here on the caster desk. You guys can be analysts as well if you vote in chat. KC, if you think KC are going to win the series. G2, if you think G2 are going to win the series. We'll bring up the results of the vote in just a couple of seconds' time. Often these things end up just being who has more fans. But I also want to see that, I'm going to be honest, between KC and G2.
It's pretty even here in the arena, actually.
It really is, as Broken Blade trades onto Kana with that bear trap on a rope. He's going to be winning out these early trades. Obviously, the power of Skarl allowing you a lot more threat in the lane early on, because even if you dismount, you can then remount and get that health bar back. It's a little bit like Narf going into the Mega Narf form. Effective HP is what I like to call it.
And Rumble really gets strong around the level. Good hook. Dodge away from by Labrov there. But you really want that level 4 for the second point of your Flame Spits to get things really rolling for that Rumble. Mid lane, early chunk makes a lot of difference, actually. That's an important QW to land from Vladdy. The worst thing that can happen in this mid lane is if you get a little bit of a HP lead from the LeBlanc and you get the wave on your side of the lane as well to jump beyond it and really threaten kills. That is how LeBlanc is operated for as long as LeBlanc's existed, really. So keep your eyes out for that one. As it stands, Caps wants to shove it in, get himself some more XP. maybe get himself a first back, and then look to set up that freeze.
Lands the chains there onto Vladdy, gets the root. Obviously level 6, where the LeBlanc really comes alive with that Mimic, the ability to put 2 chains out, double distort forward as Vladdy tries to clip Caps there, but doesn't quite succeed in doing so. Targamas, I think, put a little bit of deep vision down towards where Skumond is, may not have actually placed the wards. No, he was just putting his head in there to see if where Skumond was, what he was doing. A couple of pings came out from KC, so they know the path of the G2 jungler.
See Caps, he's taken an early teleport back, only stopped off the refill and the boots, but just wanted that first wave clear. Really interested to see what he's going to do with that wave. We just described how the LeBlanc can really threaten that Orianna afterwards. Vladdy's just teleported back in kind as well, going towards that tier. No surprises there. You can see right here, actually, the wave is actually going to be pushing in from Vladdy, but I want to see if Caps will look for a little bit of a freeze and see if he can force Vladdy to overextend. This is classic LeBlanc mid lane play.
You just want to be able to position yourself between your minions and the enemy, basically, so they can't step too far forward. This is like going to be a hard wave for him to hold, but you can see he's actually pinging that next wave, saying, okay, we can play off this. Wave will all get underneath the tower, so Vladdy will be very happy about the fact he's got that push in. Yike path up towards this top side. He's going to look for a steal of these Razor Beaks if he can get it. Skumond is coming in. Caps has the wave in a good enough position to jump across here and try and impact the play.
Looks like it's going to be a jungle straight 1v1 for now. Caps could jump forwards for a chain. Not going to be the case there. Skumond secures the Raptor.
He does. Both of them using their smite there. So Skumond just slightly better timing on it. It's always really hard when the camp gets down to just above 600 HP. It's like, oh, is the hammer shot going to do enough damage? Do I need to auto then smite? But in the end, Skumond will be happy as Larry picking up his early camps and going back through his full rotation without backing here, actually. He's back up at the Krugs. So he's looking for a slightly more expensive first purchase than Yike has acquired with that Giant's Belt.
See that Vladdy's actually done completely fine in this mid lane as well. Hiding on his minions so the chain can't cleanly land. This laning phase really important for KC because G2, they want to get those laning leads and then start getting these small advantages, start snowballing off of them.
Hansama missed the cannon, and Lebrov ate the hook, took a bit of his health for it. Crashes down for the shield afterwards, but it only blocks an auto attack. Kalist and Targamas coming out on top, at least, in the early game in this bottom lane. Now, that is another matchup that we do want to look at a little bit. The Kalist versus...
Oh, just a little.
Versus Hansama. Sorry, I'm looking for my graphic and I cannot find it right now, so I'm not going to bring that up, but you can talk about it if you want.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think particularly when you look at both these AD carries, they've both had such a large following now for a long time. You know, Kalist, an absolute force of nature when he came here onto the LEC stage, but he's up against, you know, another French AD carry that has just won the hearts and minds over years. When I think of the iconic French players, I think of players like Soaz, Yellowstar, and Hansama's on that list. Kalist versus Hansama, they are icons in the spot lane role. And, you know, they've now played for titles against each other as well. And Hansama has quoted, you know, Kalist being the AD carry, which really, really forces him to think differently about the game. He punishes him, he pushes him to his limits.
Really threatens him throughout the game. Well, let's see what the audience think of both of the threats of these teams at the moment. KC versus G2, who will win? I feel it hasn't updated, or it's just very, very even as Skumond and Lebrov look for a fight in the mid lane. They're jumping onto Vladdy, who does flash away, but a good knockback by Skumond, who will get first blood to G2. No real escape for Vladdy after he burned that flash.
Oh, Vladdy had done so well at managing his wave, but all it takes is one mistake, and Caps on LeBlanc pounces. Is walking into Yikes, though.
He's going to get hooked up here. Doesn't have the Mimic, but does have his flash. There's a chain coming out as Lebrov comes in just to make sure his mid laner gets away. Drake begun by Skumond, level 6 already, has the Tunneler for that little bit of extra AD. In fact, he was just clearing out vision. A couple of pings were coming down, but G2 decide against doing the objective. It would have been very greedy to go for.
So Caps gets himself kill participation. Skumond gets himself first blood. You have to really keep an eye now on this flashless Orianna, because you can return to that and cause a lot of issues. Raptors are actually stolen this time away by Yikes, who's trying to keep himself abreast of this jungle matchup. But this is the thing about the LeBlanc. If you allow it to snowball, get ahead of the lane, get some extra vision down, that is going to cause huge issues for a flashless, immobile mage.
Yeah, it's going to be really tricky for Vladdy to navigate this. He's been struggling in the laning phase early on, and now the wave is not in a good spot for him at all. The first chains from Caps does miss. Will land the Sigil of Malice afterwards, and so because of that, Vladdy can just shepherd his way towards the tower. Caps will pick up that final minion. Vladdy's doing a good job at least of keeping even on the CS, but he does need to be protected over these next 4 minutes or so.
You can see it's just put in that ward on top side now. Targamas is coming in. You do need him here, though. You do need him here. The LeBlanc is very, very scary, as we've probably mentioned already many, many times at this point.
Also, Targamas can just walk his way up towards top after making sure this wave gets in, because we see the swap coming out from KC. Kana's gone down towards the bottom side. Grub's up in 10 seconds. Makes perfect sense. G2 are matching that swap, bringing Hans Summer up towards this top side. Kalist has been able to develop a small lead in the 1v1, about 100, 200 gold or so. A wave overall for him in advantage.
And I will say, you know, the gold lead's nothing. It's nothing there. KC are completely fine if things stay even. What we really want to see from KC is for them to just outlast some of the, you know, the potential scariness of LeBlanc and get towards big team fights later where they can group up, use the AoE ultimates which they have to great effect.
Kalist going to Valkyrie away from the Shadowing Strike. This is just distraction tactics, making sure Yike can get 2 of those grubs. Looking for the second, holding onto the smite for that third. The grub heals up, but they should get the smite. Hook lands onto Lavrov. Targamas forcing G2 away towards the top side. That's 3 grubs over to KC.
Easily taken, G2 not contesting, and they're not really that fit to contest in a 5v5. You know, going in down the throat of a shockwave and an equalizer, yeah, that doesn't sound fantastic. Of course, kind of had actually used it before that point, but the theory stands, right? So G2 choose not to contest that. Again, this is not really where they want to fight. KC, if they keep bringing them to objectives, though, that will be a problem in the future.
Yeah, the thing for KC is if you can get a couple of dragons under your belt, you're in a really good spot just for scaling. Chains hit from Caps, landing in the middle. Shockwave coming out as Vladdy wants to keep Skumond at bay. Shadowing Strike into the Crashdown will interrupt the Valkyrie. Exhaust down on Hans Summer. Counter exhaust onto Kalist. Hans Summer has that killer instinct, but they don't want to go any further, as they will accept that Kalist is just below half HP.
Yeah, some firepower between the 2v2, but not enough to finish the kills. Just going to have to take those summoners. What's up next on the table? We do have Dragon still alive on the bot side of the map. Remember, it was some vision fought over that early, but nothing committed to. One of the most valuable things you have as a jungler is time. Taking Dragon takes a lot of it, so you can understand why they haven't exactly rushed it so far. Especially with bot lanes on the other side of the map, they often be a lot of your DPS.
Knight coming in, Lavrov with the Shadowing Strike, needs to dodge away from the Impale, uses the heal for the movement speed, but is slowed up by Yike. Lavrov now on the wrong side of the Rift. The hook lands as well from Targamas. Hans Summer trying to trade back in. Yike still holding on to that Impale as Hans Summer is able to survive. Keeper's verdict. No one guilty. Skumond lands the slam into the wall. Yike down to 200 HP, and Hans Summer's given so much time just to mow him down. Yike dies. G2 find their second.
Carmine Core can't close the play in time, so Skumond comes to make his own. KC down 2 kills now in this early game, and they're going to get forced away from this top turret. They would have really liked to have some pressure in here to use those grubs they'd earned before. They can't do so. Instead, they'll lose some time and some farm on that top lane.
It's a big loss as well. Like, Hans Summer doesn't get the kill. It goes over to Skumond, but that Sundered Sky even quicker for the Poppy, and Skumond can have such an impact on this Poppy. Has had some really good performances on it in summer. Still KC within reaching distance, about 500, 600 gold the difference. But the problem against a team that likes to skirmish is when your jungler gets ahead, it makes it even easier for you to find those skirmishes. And Poppy is just so good at being a nuisance, at finding her way into fights. Even when she was created, her job was to put her ult on the enemy support and then chase you down forever.
Anyone else remember the Vizicachi Poppy way back in the Season 5 promotion? God, that was a long time ago, wasn't it? 10 years ago. What a history we've had here in Europe. Dragon now finally started. G2 got themselves the LeBlanc pushing in a mid lane. Vladdy does have his flashback now. Maybe you can use that to brawl out against the LeBlanc and maybe walk his Dave down here if they do want to contest.
Skumond already has that Dragon down to 2,000 HP. Should be an easy enough secure. No real contest there from KC, no real surprise either overall. When we look at the bottom of the scoreboard, you can see it's a sea of red, apart from Kana, who is ahead in that top lane. About 300 gold, his advantage. Hasn't really had to do much, apart from laning, which obviously is a skill in of itself. Puts the equalizer down. Yike is looking for something here. Broken Blade, it's about half that meter built back up. He can pop out his pistol and heal up some more of it from the minions. Skumond just waiting here.
Doesn't have his smite.
Doesn't have his smite, as you say. Yike has his. Yike backing away a little bit. Skumond smite about 2 seconds away. Yike gets it, and Skumond smite about now is going to come up.
And let's be honest, probably don't want to walk in there when around the corners the Orianna with the Shockwave, which even though it has a Catalyst and a tier behind it, it's still enough to make you think twice. Broken Blade, hang on a second, it's actually, you can probably remount there, but the HP is getting a little bit low to the point where you get a bit worried for him. Should be safe. Kana just trying to throw around his weight a little bit. It's important that he does so. I think Casey, again, they need to get towards the 5v5s later. That is the goal for them, but you can't just seed lane pressure to do that. You need to be on top of these lanes and make sure they don't get advantages for free. BB, of course, he did play this Kled before. He played it into a Sion, which looked like a great matchup for him. We'll have to see how he makes it work.
Ooh,
and
charging forward. Kana still has the flash here. No equalizer for him. Skumon chasing in as well, but Kana just able to walk away. Yike. Could go for the Ishtal's impact. Sides against it, just shepherding here. Doesn't really want to show on vision because then the enemy knows exactly where you are and it opens them up for a little bit more. He's currently sitting on that control ward. Will Skumon stay around long enough to protect Broken Blade?
Well, you can see that Caps was actually just dipping off that wave there. Actually, observers, do you mind if we just look towards mid lane and go to KC Vision? Because I do have this feeling that Caps is doing stuff like this, because he's just going to keep pushing in and try and go either side of the river. If Caps gets to walk either side of mid, now he's killed this ward, he's probably going to have about a 5-second window where the enemy team just doesn't really know where he's going just yet.
Yeah, and if we switch the vision back to the full vision, you can see exactly what G2 are doing to aid this. Double control wards coming out around that mid lane river. It makes it so much easier for Caps to step in and out of vision. You see it a lot with Twisted Fate, with Ryze, with Talia, and obviously with the LeBlanc, which is what G2 are doing right now. Broken Blade recalls, does have the teleport, but you can see Hun Summer and LeBlanc already on their way up here. BB will TP down towards bot. Vladdy, no teleport on him, as Caps does have one. We've got a minute before the Rift Herald, so no real fight expected, but there's always a possibility that G2 could take one knowing that they could have a numbers advantage.
Yeah, and we do have Herald in a minute. It's probably going to be the next big thing to fight over. KC have 3 grubs. If they gain that, big tower push. Don't really need to explain that one, do we? So KC would really like to play around the next objective setup. They're getting towards the point where they can start to force grouped fight. They catch Kalist.
I don't think this is going to really do too much. Just LeBron being a thorn in the side of Kalist, making him wonder, making him worry every time he steps into that fog of war. Skumon will be able to steal away this blue. Yike is on the bottom side of the map right now, taking his own red. So Skumon now 1-up in the stealing charts, I guess. Razor Beaks for a blue, you take that, but he did have his Scuttle Crab stolen, so maybe it's even Stevens.
Hey, we're going to have, like, the title fight of the Herald one coming up, though. 20 seconds in. Do KC feel like they can contest? Do they want to contest? I think they're getting towards the point where they do think they can fight now. G2 will have to be aware of that.
You've got a Triforce complete on Kalist as Caps goes in with the chains. It makes it so much harder for you to trade in and to take these fights if your mid laner has already been chunked, and Caps doing exactly what he needs to at this moment. It's Rod of Ages on the Orianna. She will be tanky enough to survive through this burst, but she doesn't have a huge amount of damage at her own disposal, and if she's already chunked out a little bit, it becomes harder for her to step in. KC are posturing around this though, Nightmare.
They are. Herald isn't started. Remember that you do have the LeBlanc and the Kaiser, which can fly to one side of the fight. KC must approach at the right time.
Keeper's verdict. Impale was stopping. He gets knocked back. He's in into oblivion. And the question is now, can Skumon escape? He goes in, has to flash away. The shockwave lands onto 3. It's Skumon, Broken Blade, and LeBron retreating out. KC will take the Herald. Kana's looking for lives. LeBron has to flash away. He's burning. Should have the movement speed to get out of this one. Kana pops the Flame Splitter again, but he doesn't have a scrap shield in time, and the remount from LeBron will be enough to escape.
Nothing brings a G2 holiday. They did it. They took the damn flight to the other side of the rift! Didn't know they said that at all. Did they have to go through passport control?
Hey, look, it's a Schengen region. It's fine. He's fine.
Well, not gonna lie, don't see that one too many times in pro. We get the Poppycopter charged up, and Yike says, all right, you're coming with me, mate. Flies up to the other side of the damn map. And then suddenly, the disengage hasn't worked for G2. The Kledol goes in the wrong direction. Hansama, he's losing a load of HP. The Shockwave comes through, the Equalizer comes through, and this is the grouped up fight which KC were waiting for. G2 should have known this is where KC were waiting to fight them, and they're punished for it.
High fives all around. Niski getting involved in the action.
He's in the base, okay? She's behind you.
Yep, she was definitely behind them, and KC from that will not only take the Ritel, they'll take a Drake. They'll slow the game down, which is exactly what they want. These coordinated team fights are really good for them, although I don't think anyone could have expected the Poppy Impale combination.
End justifies the means. They ended up getting it somewhere. G2, they needed a little bit more out of this early game. I'm wondering now what's going to happen now. You do have a slight good lead onto LeBlanc, but it doesn't feel like it's game-changing right now. Real credit to KC, letting this early game, you know, taking the blows where they can, and then waiting till that grouped up fight, playing towards the win conditions. That is actually, it doesn't seem like it's a huge thing all the time, but surviving these lanes and getting through to that fight, that's already an objective secured for them, really.
And getting leads in certain places as well. Kana and Kalist both healthily above the gold of their opposite members. There are some leads for G2 as well. You know, Skumon and Caps are in the advantage, but Vladdy's getting tankier by the day. Already has that Rod of Ages, 4 stacks on it. Caps doesn't have the burst that he would like. Perhaps later on, he can be looking for a slightly squishier target, but then it's really only Rumble and Corki. Corki does have that Valkyrie. Lebrov sneaking in towards this top side, seeing if he can help Caps get on the board. Only sitting at 0-0-1 on this LeBlanc. He'll dash away. LeBlanc still behind. Skumon waiting here. They'll look for Targamas first. Vladdy now realizes he has to flash away. Magnusor coming out. There's the TP as well. Depth charge used onto Caps. Keeper's Verdict gets the knockback, and Targamas will sacrifice himself for his mid laner. Good job by the support to mean that he could survive for a little bit longer, but the charge comes in from G2. A good shockwave from Vladdy will catch onto 2. The dive continues as now Caps is the one tanking the tower. Impale goes wide. Broken Blade will dismount onto Skull. The aggro switches over to Skumon. The equalizer comes down. Broken Blade's going to flash away as he looks to dash out of Yike's clutches. But the pincers collapse, and Broken Blade goes down in the end. A 2-for-1 exchange.
A 2-for-1, G2 getting the slight better end of that, but they overdive a little too far. This player has struggled to get huge value in this game so far. Does manage to use that ult to go beyond the top. It's not quite onto the target which he wanted. To start things off, you know, Vladdy thought he was safe, but didn't, of course, spot the hidden rel in the bush. You were just saying it's Labrador's first game of it in this split, but, you know, every support's plied their tray on this one. Got the summoner out of him, and despite Targa and Yike being there, Poppy ult this time actually gets the disengaged value they want, allows them to get the isolated kill. This is the point where they go a little too far, though. You have to take the small wins sometimes, and I wonder whether this was just a little too ambitious.
I think it definitely was. If Broken Blade had charged a little bit more towards the tower so Vladdy couldn't dodge it, we definitely would have got that kill and probably could have got away from Yike. Here, Kana able to come in and clean this one up. So KC able to get one back in response. It's a 200 gold lead for Carmine Corp, but very even between these two teams. Basically, 3 grubs and 2 petals separate them right now. Now it's down to 1. Probably the most even early game we've seen.
And we've even got the gardeners involved now. Correct hands of the petals. Speaking of that, we do have Atakan spawning in 20 seconds. Atakan scares me, Aaron. Yeah? It scares me. That is where games go to die. I will say, Carmine Core have really impressed me with a lot of their Atakan setups at points where they've been pulling it away from the dangerous kind of multi-flank angles. This game could be determined by that kind of fight. G2 really need to avoid the setup 5v5s, I think, if it's all possible. If they can get themselves a good pick outside of that, kind of like what we saw before, that isolator member with the Poppy ult, get them down, that should make things a lot easier for them. But, you know, Atakan has spawned, and KC, well, I think they see a fine angle towards it.
Caps' bottom doesn't have TP, so KC are just immediately going to pull the trigger on this. Now start it up, it's down to 10,000. Targamas making sure that Skumon doesn't have an easy avenue to approach this. Skumon's going to start to walk in, but that is already gone. Depth charge onto the enemy jungler. Atakan secured for KC, they sneak it away. Great setup overall.
Yeah, KC just group up, take it down, and G2 don't have a great answer. They do take the bot turret, and they push in a little bit towards mid as well, so they get some tower damage for the objective trade. Any other kind of fights coming through? We're all sticking around on top side.
LeBron looking for Vladdy. Kalist goes in with the Valkyrie. Exhaust goes down, but Kalist just one-shots him. Caps diving in. The chains will find their man. Slam into the wall from Skumon as well. So we see Targamas fall alongside his bot side brethren. Hansama having to flash away from Kana, who's overheated. But it doesn't matter. His autos will do all the work. Broken Blade finds a cowardly Skull to remount, but Skull immediately runs away as KC find 3 in the play.
G2 try and punish KC after the Atakan, but KC are ready. G2 don't get the clean play, and now suddenly Herald into mid lane. This is going to be a double charge potentially coming through from that. KC get a huge advantage. You have crossed that Atakan and then the play afterwards too. We're just saying, you know, the Pels were even. It's gone from 24 from 7 after that point. Even a charge into the bot lane. So a driving license required.
Yes, we'll give him a pass for that one. We want to review it after his provisional license in about 6 months' time or so. But now a 2,000 gold lead for KC. 1.5 of that sitting on Kana, who has the Zhonyas. And you'll see from this fight, G2 are very focused on Vladdy and Kalist. and they kind of forget about Kana.
They kind of do, and that's the problem with the Rumble. It is just an extra carry you have to worry about. They do end up getting Kalist very easily at the start here, and they can dive forwards very quickly. You see LeBlanc and the Kaiser going straight into the backline. They've fired their shotgun down. You do not have those cooldowns, and you have no mobility to get away from, well, this guy here. There's so much damage down. We were worried about this top, or interested about the top lane matchup, to go back to life.
And Brov has to cleanse away. Knocked up, does still have the heal. Will dash across this wall with the crash down. Burns both his summoners to escape that precarious situation. Caps is trying to get some gold on the side lane, as he'll be able to take this top lane tier 1.
G2 will get themselves a decent amount of tower gold on towards Caps LeBlanc. So I think this was pretty easy to see on the scoreboard, folks. We have two main characters here. We have a Rumble, who is very, very fed. We also have a Caps LeBlanc with a death cap as well. A fancy hat making him that more scary. We have our heroes and our villains, I suppose, on the other side of it.
I mean, his name is Caps. Obviously,
he's got to get something on that head of his.
Well, got to have at least one headpiece. As the Drake has been started here by G2. KC TPing in as they look for the fight. Broken Blade around the wings here. Yike going in for it. Equalizer down. LeBron's going to jump away from it. The slow onto Caps, though, not enough. He's going to distort away. Hansama hooked up, though, as KC find another. Caps, chains don't connect. The exhaust down. Yike's going to chase him. Skumon jumps onto Kalist, but is all on his lonesome because BB has gone home. Skumon, with the steadfast presence movement speed, should be able to get out of here. Vladdy and Kana trying to cut him off at the pass.
Oh, they're teleporting.
TP comes out from Vladdy. I mean, you might just give a free ticket away for Skumon here. He can dash onto you and then flash over the shockwave if it comes out. Vladdy does get the slow with the dissonance, and that will be enough to spell the end of the Poppy.
G2 get the objective, but they do not get the fights. They don't find their way onto any of the carries. It's a quick retreat from them. As KC, whenever there are about 4 people or more on the screen, 4 or 5, they're the ones winning these fights. This hasn't been about those split picks and the skirmishes you expect from a LeBlanc, from a Kled. G2, they've really struggled to make this game about their team comp strengths. I'm worried that they're taking too many grouped up fights. They need to find a way to isolate people.
League at the moment is very grouped up generally, though. You want to go for those dragons, you want to go for the grubs, for the herald, for the Artican. We'll see this again. G2 just want to get out as soon as they get that objective.
As soon as the equalizer goes down, you realize you're playing at such a HP deficit, you're probably retreating anyway, and they just try and get out with as few losses as they can. You see that, of course, Hansama didn't have the flash, didn't really have a place to ult. Caps did have to flash away. At least he lives, though.
Yeah, manages to survive 13 games in a row undefeated on this LeBlanc, and like, it is rare to see him bring it out. But when he does, he is pretty damn impressive. 28-9 on it, LEC all-time, a 76% win rate.
Crazy.
Considering his average win rate is above most players, it's like 65% all-time career, I think. To have a champion that is then 10% higher than that is, yeah, pretty ludicrous. But here he is in the bottom of a hole, trying to dig his way out on the LeBlanc. Has 6 stacks on his Dark Seal, Vladdy 10 stacks on his Rod of Ages, and the Seraph's Embrace all upgraded. Caps dashing forward, puts a Sigil of Malice into Targamas, and then just jumps back.
KC have done a really good job of making this about the objectives. Now, yeah, you were saying, look, the meta has been grouped of fights. We have Artican, we have Dragons, Grubs, Heralds, you name it. We have so many objectives to fight over. It's one of the reasons we don't see that much LeBlanc. Caps will have to prove his mastery on the champion to somehow make this about him on the champion and his skill on it, rather than what we know about global League of Legends right now.
Because KC are making it about them. Kana is making every fight about Kana, about this Rumble. 1,000 gold ahead, 2 items complete. Kalist is doing the same on this Corki. Even if he's dying early on, LeBron has a big flank here, but KC are wise to it. Magnustorm coming in. There's the Killer Instinct as well as they dive onto Kalist, who flashes away. But now Summer just dives to the tower. Skumon impaled and cooked underneath the turret. Broken Blade now charging away. Cowards, you cry! As Scarlet runs away himself. Equalizer down. Ishtal's impact from Yike. It's gonna be 3 for KC. As G2 took a fight, they just weren't ready for.
G2 run head first into the blue wall and into the blue mid lane outer turret. That's going to open up the Baron with so many dead. KC have made the game about them, their team comp, and their 5v5s, and they have been rewarded for it. It's going to be a full team of Baron burst for them, and an easy slide in towards the next objectives, and a dominant game.
5.5k ahead. KC, 26 minutes into this game, have wrested any semblance of control out of the hands of G2. And G2 are looking for it. Like, this is an intriguing play, because they know Kalista has no Valkyrie, let's go. But then Hans Summer just tanks a tower shot, dies immediately.
There are many places you can go as a Kai'Sa with your ultimate. I would suggest under the enemy turret, when there's a Nautilus to CC you, there is probably not the best position. You have to follow the play somewhere. I do understand that, but I think he could have gone maybe just over, just to the back of the wolf pit, maybe play around there. Getting CC'd under there just meant his team fight was completely over. Great response from KC on the defense.
And now G2 staring down their first defeat of summer. I think the question is as to which group was harder truly been answered between the two of them, as KC are really leaving G2 at a massive deficit. Broken Blade hasn't really had much impact on this Kled. We saw the eclectic draft from G2 and wondered, you know, had they been cooking? Is it burnt? Is the meat skewer just too raw for them?
No, this is like the Overcooked level when you have to throw things between the two bits of the balloon.
Yes,
This is maybe a little bit of an awkward one, but yet they needed a larger laning lead. They needed earlier game lead, really. They've not really been able to get that, and you can see KC have just stood strong, taken the beating where they could in the early game, came out pretty okay from it, actually. Grouped up, G2, their power of their champions really diminished after that point. Dragon spawning now, G2, I suppose, could look towards some kind of Freak Steel, look towards Soul later. KC aren't going to easily give that to them.
Caps looking for a flank here, but the rest of G2 just aren't here to respond. Kana level 17 as the chains go wide. Vladdy 17 as well, obviously has picked up one of those levels from his Rod of Ages, but you can see Caps a little bit desperate, looking through the enemy jungle, clearing out vision, trying to find a flank position, but KC are doing their due diligence really well, making sure that even if they're stepping past their own jungle, they have every entryway into it warded in some way, so Caps just can't sneak behind them. Lebrov here, slammed into the wall, the equalizer goes down, Caps immediately vacates the vicinity. Lebrov should be okay, keep his verdict channeled, won't have to be cast. Anyone can cancel it in the last moment. Caps still looking for that flank again, but Targamas here, putting control wards down is another tier 2. And Skumond with the steadfast presence was looking to block that dredge line connecting. Caps will clear out a ward, but there's another one in its place already. And now KC are beginning to collapse. Caps going to lead them on a merry chase, just as LeBlanc can do. I expect KC will eventually call off going for this fight.
Yeah, it's a bit hard to chase him down, but you can see G2, they're all about the smoke and mirrors, and yeah, it's either that or a teleport out. Choosing the teleport.
Vladdy put the ball in the wrong spot. Can't really blame him for that. TP out from Caps. He will get to safety, but now Vladdy even ahead of Caps in terms of gold. Since that death cap, we haven't seen as much impact as Caps would like. KC across the board having an absolute stormer, playing exactly to their win conditions, and also evading the early game woes that we saw from them so much earlier in summer.
It's very true. You know, KC, the early game was one of their foibles a little bit earlier into the year. Hasn't shown that hit. And they've had a crazy power play from the Baron now too to get this into a point where G2 are completely reduced to smoke and mirrors. No one's been able to do that this split. G2 undefeated so far throughout that group stage, now coming through into playoffs. We're expecting, okay, well, G2, they're the team which everyone is calling favorites right now. Everything's looking very tense. G2, surely they're just going to blow things away. Absolutely not in game one. KC have very handedly dealt with them so far. Of course, this is just game one in the series, but G2, a reality check, I think.
Yeah, it really is. Talk about this often in tournaments. It's like, do you want to be checked early on? Do you want to find someone in your group that really challenges you? Is it better to wait for playoffs so you can ride the momentum high? As Targamas is chasing onto Broken Blade here. Charge away, but Targamas flashes in front of it. Depth charge coming out as well. The Keeper's Verdict being channeled by Skumond. He'll yeet the Scorpion to Timbuktu, and Targamas dies for it. Kalist almost takes down Skumond, but can't quite get the final shot. Broken Blade, though, will not manage to escape. In the end, Targamas takes it. And KC get another on the board in a 1-for-1 exchange.
1-for-1, but KC have the wave and they can keep pushing forwards. Yeah, he was yeeted out, but he's still back, flashing forwards.
Yeah, Impale going wide there as Hans Summer flashes away himself. KC know that Caps is not here. The TP being invested by Vladdy to make sure that he stops that tier 2 from falling. Now taking inhibitor, Caps dashing away in that top side. Kana trying to turn this around with the equalizer, just forces G2 away from making any subsequent plays. Drake up in a minute 50. Baron returns to the Rift in a minute's time.
God, just look at all of these leads coming through from KC now. After such a dominant power play, we've got 3,000 on bot lane, which has actually somehow eclipsed the top lane lead as well. And even jungle has got a significant one there, over 1,000. You know, the Infinity Edge is built up for the Corki. Normally you'd say the Kai'Sa massively outvalues the Corki in the current meta at some stage in the game. This has not been the case here. You see Kalista even went for a jump forwards and technically a 1v2 at points in this plane. Darkness does flash to stop the ultimate. Does end up leading to getting him killed, but whatever, extended 1-for-1. You are a support, you are allowed to use your HP liberally.
Yeah, and forces Skumon low as well, which is great for the oncoming push towards this tower. I'll take a support for a top laner every day of the week. Like, if you're Targamas, you are very happy with the way that trade has gone. Hansama just finishing up his 3rd item where there were 4 on Kalist. It's a terminus for Hansama, but maybe end of the road for G2, at least in this game. Labrov caught out a little bit by Targamas. Caps jumping onto Kalist, will land the chains, but doesn't get much more. And you can see an order with that Trinity Force, enough to take Caps down to about 500 HP. The dive in with the killing instinct onto Vladdy, but he's so tanky. Broken Blade now left on his lonesome, has to flash the wall, but Kada will not let him escape. Burns him up in the jungle. And now Skumon needs to look for a miracle steal on this Baron. Broken Blade 50 seconds away from respawning. Vladdy's going to try and keep Skumon at bay. Targamas going to join that foray.
They still have Shockwave. After everything's been used, they can still just ward them off.
Yeah, it's just gone. There's the hook going out. Skumon dives onto Vladdy. Equalizer as well. Vladdy falling so low. He will die in the end. To Skumon's damage, he'll flash away. The Baron secured for KC, but they'll only have it on 4.
I mean, they still managed to get the thing down cleanly. G2, you know, they try and go for one of these, again, desperate plays. That is what they've been reduced to. Trying to look for these individual picks around the place, but I mean, credit to Vladdy here. I mean, a lot of people really hate on the Rod of Ages build, and I think most of the time, I'd agree with you.
It's really good this game.
It's really good this game. 1, because you have a Rumble, your damage matters less, and 2, you get to survive in plays like that too. G2 had to invest so much. Dragon's now alive. KC will come to play around this too. G2, half health from the jungle. It's not a great start.
Broken Blade still has a quarter of the timer on his cooldown for his charge and no TP. He's going to have to leave that super minion in the base, hitting those Nexus towers. Yike going forward. Caps look for Kana. Flashes away, but the stopwatch will stop the chains. Magnet Storm onto 3 here. Impale just short of Hansama, but Lebrov's the first one to go pop, and Broken Blade still not in the fight. The Dragon, the next target for G2, is Skumon, and Hansama try to burst it down before KC can react. Skumon with the charge back onto Yike. The Baron secured by Yike. He wins the fight, and now KC continue to advance. Broken Blade jousting forward. Hansama low. Skumon the same. Caps dashes in, but just lands the chains onto Targamas. Broken Blade, Scarlet has left him, and so will the last beat of his heart. Broken Blade down. KC pushing forward. Equalizer just clips Hansama. The redemption coming out as well, just to heal him up, at a TP behind. Can Skumon defend Hansama here? Targamas, death charge. Skumon needs to stand in the way, but he doesn't get there in time. The killer instinct, an instinct only for the grave. Cabs tries to get another chains, but it's only onto Yike. It doesn't even get through his shield. KC just marching through the base at this point. Skumon slammed into his own Nexus, and G2 are left rattled.
KC, a real reality check for G2. A roar of life from the blue wall. What a dominant game 1.
Caps trying to do everything he can to find anything out of this game, but he'll lose his life at the end of it. The blue wall stands tall as KC go 1-0 up.
Now, I'm not sure G2 expected a game like that. I'm not sure a lot of the fans did too. KC, a huge statement in game 1. Perhaps giving us some thoughts about the strength of these groups, and definitely the strength of KC. Very cohesive game plan. Wait until the grouped up fights and make the most of it.
Also just an evolution of KC from what we saw of them in the summer regular season. We'll be right back after this break. Don't you dare go anywhere.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A rounds or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New tower, new objective.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat. Red Bull gives you wings.
Join the WhatsApp. Join the WhatsApp. Have you joined the WhatsApp? You should join the WhatsApp. Join the WhatsApp.
We're now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer. What a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in.
Whoa, what a pick! What a way to close things out.
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Want to level up beyond the Rift? Express like a legend and find your fastest server in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. It's time to Express. Scan to start your 14-day free trial. Subscribe to unlock free Hextech chests and keys.
And it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shake the world in your hands? You will never make it through.
I'm multi. Open off flash. Win this. Go back. Hello?
Yeah, I can look.
I speed you.
Okay. Look at
Look Poppy too.
He got back, okay?
I can steal you, you're fine. Look Poppy, I'm looking Poppy, okay?
I can't. It's all you. We got mid tower.
Yes. I'm fine. I have flash in one.
Look at guys. We win. Go on, Assault.
Nothing beats a G2 holiday! They did it!
What are these fanboys?
Welcome back to the LEC, where KC finds themselves 1-0 lead against G2 in this best of 5 for the Summer Split Finals, but also Worlds. I mean, this was a great performance from KC coming into this, but all things started off a little bit wonky with the draft.
Yeah, it was surprising to see, well, obviously it was surprising to see KC pull off such a great performance, but at the same time, I wasn't really expecting this from G2 all the way from game 1, where you decide to overcook like this, because as you can see on the screen, you have the LeBlanc, you have Poppy, and you have the Kled as your first 3. And all of these were picked as counter picks. Like, that's the logic. It just felt like it's one of those situations where everyone is happy. Okay, what do you want to play 1v1? You're happy with this matchup? Cool. All 3 got it. But I really felt like that leading up to the rest of the draft, it wasn't really savable, because you ended up in this position where you have winning lanes, but then your team fights are just not up to par to the powerhouse that KC managed to draft.
But this was something we were talking about even coming into it, was like, hang on, G2 are picking red. Because they came in at the higher seed, they would have had the choice, and they decided to go with the red side. We were kind of like, well, what are they cooking? And it felt like a very odd conclusion to it. Because as Odo was saying, you're kind of playing this 1-3-1. Sure, you have some advantages that you're trying to play through, but it never felt like they really got going. And I kind of have to give a shout out to BB as well on this one, because he comes in with the Kled as an answer here into the Rumble, and it just never really got going. Kana did a really nice choice at level 6, where he faked a reset, ulted the wave, and then kind of got this tempo advantage and just started to move all around the map and just prevented BB from really finding any success here.
Yeah, the thing as well that you really want to hear as G2, Odo specifically, is to get that early advantage and be able to snowball it so you can get picks.
Exactly, and that's what I felt like you didn't really manage to get it, because if you can bring up the gold, this is from KC's point of view. So realistically, the only people that got a lead from G2 side was Caps and Skewmont. It really felt like the main enabler for this comp should have been, the bot lane and BB. And I really felt like going into at 14, at 15, when your team comp really wants to go for this sort of, pick comps right before objectives, catch people when they rotate in the jungle, the main tools that were supposed to give you prior to find these picks just weren't enabled.
Yeah, and we saw that at the 18-minute mark, where they went for this dive on the top lane and overforced to try and make something happen. They're like, oh, Kana doesn't have TP. Maybe we can find this moment to try and go for this dive, but it never really came to fruition. And you could already see it was desperation then.
And this replay is just straight after that. This just really shows that even though G2 finds this sort of 4v5 team fight where Kana is just so far, they find this pick, but at the same time, look how hard it is for them to just manage to pick up a target, because all you have is single target damage dealers. You just need to have immaculate target selection to be able to clutch this team fight, while at the same time KC, they just need to be together and just sit as a ball.
Yeah, it kind of felt like, you look at the guy in the mosh pit just going in, swinging his arms, Bart Simpson style going in, hoping they could beat someone, and then it's just KC kind of going, well, yeah, we kind of know what we're doing here. We're going to know how to operate.
But it's actually really interesting, because you're talking about you need to have immaculate target selection, which I feel like G2 had, because Caps immediately blows up Kaliz. That's the AD carry out of the fight. But even though they had that, they were still not able to translate that into a win.
And that's just because KC's team comp is just so strong. Is this just, meatball meta style of team comp, where all you have to do, you have so many more different threats. Sure, usually the LeBlanc wants to blow up the EDC, but at the same time you have the Rumble, you have the Orianna, you have the Scanner. These tanks or these big characters, they still do a lot of damage, and it's not just about one MVP of the game, which would be Kalist in this case, because he's the ADC, but you have everyone else ready to chime in and just leave a big impact on the fight.
Yeah, so for me then the question here is, Rob, coming into the next game, because G2 once again is going for that red side, are we expecting adaptations in the draft, or do we think there is a larger issue at hand?
No, I think they will go back to basics here. I know like the Annie was banned away, but I'd rather see them just go back to, hey, we can take things like the Talia, we can have strong drafts we can play through, strong lanes that we can play through, and just play towards what has been the success for G2 of finding early game picks like they did in the mid lane, and then just snowballing that into big team fights.
I would also just limit the amount of counter picks you get, or like the sort of funny picks, up to like one, because this game you had two. You had Caps with the LeBlanc, which was the MVP of the game in that sense for them, because you pick it so early and you make the team comp all around it. Just make a clear identity for your team comp. If you want to pick for something that is going to be the 1v1 strong character that's going to win you the game, don't make more people in that role.
Yeah, I mean, the draft for G2 not necessarily hitting the mark, but also really good from KC that they were able to punish the mistakes coming out from G2 and being able to show us that they have improved over this last 2 weeks from a break. But can G2 actually turn it around, or will KC continue the sweep? Laura is on the stage with KC Niski ahead of our next series to find out what he has to say.
Super convincing game one on the side of KC here for game one, and I have Niski with me, of course. Any takes on whatever your team did just now?
I mean, I'm happy that they played very confident, right? I mean, it's been a while since we didn't play G2, and I think game one in a best of 5 is very, very important, so I'm glad we started well, yeah.
Are we going to have Subski at any points?
Not on me to decide.
All right, we'll see about that. Thank you so much. I'll let you warm the bench then for now. And casters, let's get ready for game 2.
Great to hear from Niski. Obviously, we'll see if he comes in. I'm going to say after game 1 performance, possibly not. KC will be pretty happy with how things went in that game 1. I'm still Medic. I'm still joined by Nymera. And we are here for League of Legends. I didn't know we were going to be on caster. I do on the camera. I do actually have a nice jacket that matches your color scheme a lot better.
Great.
But
Thanks,
I didn't know we were going to be on camera.
I thought we had, you know, that whole juxtaposition thing of, wow, light and darkness.
Oh, yes. We are, have you seen Wednesday?
I saw the first season.
You're Wednesday
many years ago.
and I'm whoever the other person is. I can't remember her name. Anyway, League of Legends is happening, guys. We're going to get into draft in just a moment's time as KC are
Wednesday
on
and
the
yours Thursday then instead.
Yes, I'll be Thursday.
And it's Monday. Wait, no, it's not Sunday.
It's Sunday today. It's
Great start,
Friday
Medic.
first, then Saturday, Sunday.
Perfect. Cool.
So
right.
KC on the blue side,
please?
G2 on the red, who they elected to be on the red side again. It's the Annie and the Pantheon bands once again. Varus and Yunara taken away by G2. There's the Talia ban, there's the Azir ban. In a second, you have to assume. There we go. So, where are we going G2? Because KC, loved your draft, played it well, good job, 10 out of 10. G2, like 2 out of 10 at most probably. Wukong is the first pick here for KC. G2, you know, you have a few answers to this. Obviously, the Poppy now taken off the board makes it a little bit trickier for you, but you can just look for your own engage. You can look for a Xin Zhao, you can look for a Vi, you can look for a Maokai as well if you want to just try and create control over more of the space of the map.
Always a chance for something a little bit wild out there too. G2 have been cooking. Now, I will agree with Odo a bit here, actually. Perhaps you have a quota, the amount of crazy you do. Gonna hover over this Victor, lock it in, actually. I suppose there is a takeaway from Vladdy. I wonder if G2 think, okay, all right, well, Orianna's gone. Perhaps if we take the Victor, we're starting to cut into Vladdy's comfort pool, which has been something which, you know, we've questioned a little bit from him, that actually his mage plays look good. Outside of that, has he looked a little bit more susceptible, potentially? He still has stuff like the Talia. Well, no, he doesn't. The Talia's banned, so he doesn't have that one.
Yeah, doesn't have the Talia, doesn't have this, the Azir. Could go down to something like a Yone, but you are missing a bit of AP topside, like Yone with a Rumble or Yone with an AP jungle would make a lot of sense. Xin Zhao is the second pick for G2, so it's kind of that jungle answer we were talking about.
New splash up.
With the new splash.
up.
Yeah, I don't like the fact his Crescent Guard is blue, because it always makes me think he's being KL ulted.
Wait, if it's blue, doesn't that make it less KL because it's golden?
Well, some KL skins are blue, but usually Crescent Guard is gold.
Okay, that's different.
And Akali, okay. I mean, I remember the Vladdy learned from Zeka, times when he was spamming this Akali post first stand here alongside the Rakan for Targamas, which is one of his highest win rate champions across the course of his career. So I like what I'm seeing from KC, although the Akali is always a bit of a curveball.
It is. You now have triple in-your-face threats against the Victor. You must draft good disengage. The Alistar can be that. You use that ultimate. Akali's really hard to play into Alistar, actually, because you go anywhere near him, blam, slam on the ground, you cancel out your combos. It can make it much harder for you to get clean engages through that. That's why you have dive buddies. You don't go alone. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this Rakan. And also this Wukong. And maybe even something like an Ornn later. We'll see what happens with Canna in that top side. The aim of the game now for KC is to have as much follow-up as possible. And in these second round of bans, we'll need to see them ban away some other defensive picks. I do actually wonder if G2 aim for a Xayah on 4, actually. That could potentially be quite powerful for them as a disengaged pick and also a takeaway from that Rakan.
Yeah, Xayah and Ezreal, Sivir to a degree are the 3 AD carries that you're looking at for that sort of self-peel possibility, especially with Corki off the board now. We have the Ambessa getting taken away from Kana. No surprises there. I think best player in game 1, pretty unanimously. People I've talked to. Yorick then banned as a response. They're trying to pinch Broken Blade's pool a little bit, which does make sense. Broken Blade did have a good summer, but really struggled at MSI, struggled in spring. Bringing out like the Warwicks and the Kleds hasn't really had the impact that we know him for from like last Worlds or just before that, right? So the question is he just going to revert to something a little bit more standard? Are we just going to see 2 tanks in the top lane? Sion still available by the team wants it. Ezreal banned away by G2 to get rid of one of Kalist's best picks. Still remember him sniping Hun Summer with that mystic shot.
That was in Paris as well. That was such a classic moment. That Xayah is now going to be removed by KC. We were wondering whether that was going to be 4th pick. No longer so. What do you pick towards Hans Sama? Do you have to go towards something like that Sivir and just say you have to play long-range disengage? It's pretty good at carrying the Alistar through the laning phase too. I wouldn't mind seeing that from G2, but then again, would be quite nice to have AD carry counter pick to a certain level 2.
Yeah,
helps you with the 2v2.
I'm trying to think what your current options are. Like, the Sivir is there. You could go, it's going to be the Sivir in the end. I was thinking MF, but way too static. You go for a Jinx and a Felios, but they suffer the same fate, right? And you've already got your support, so you can't pair it up with something like a Thresh. Sivir will be the one to spell shield, hopefully enough for Hans Sama and for G2 fans to survive. Kalist hovering his Draven. This would be a really aggressive bot lane. We haven't, as you say, but it was something that he was... I mean, every AD carry in Europe is a Draven player, but Kalist was really a Draven player for a while. Instead, it looks like it's going to be the Zeri. I have been seeing a few experimental Hexplate builds with the Zeri, which I quite like. Gives you great chase potential. And when you've already got dive, Zeri's job to protect herself and then follow up when she can, it really fits into that sort of meta. Aurora, the final pick here.
Okay, all right. Now that Aurora very likely blind pick towards that top side, and kind of happy to do so. You lock in that Cassandre, and it's not a great time against the Aurora, but you're in this position where you need to play a disengaged tank for your team, buy your backline a bit of space. Cassandre charging up that W can be a bulwark between your team and the enemy team's divers. Very different kind of comp from KC this time, and from G2 as well. G2, they are the full team fight team now. They have scaling, they have range, and they've got 3 frontliners to try and keep this massive dive composition from KC away from them. It's going to be hard. Wukong, Aurora, Akali, the Rakan, all of them have great ways to get into your backline. And as you were saying, potential of even something like a buffed Hexplate on the Zeri could be joining them as well. KC on the aggressive, diving side of the coin this time.
And the KC fans in louder voice here in the arena as well, unsurprisingly, with the 1-0 lead.
Yeah, we wanted some chance. Where are you, G2 Army?
Like KC, both teams were chanting a lot during the game, and then the G2 section got quite quiet about halfway through the game. But I'm sure they will rise in voice once again as we see the coaches bump fists there. And we get ready for game 2 of this match of the week. A best of 5, not only for a spot in Madrid, but also for a spot in Worlds over in China later on. I think a lot of people surprised by the fact KC won game 1. I saw quite a few people expecting a G2 3-0, but KC proved that they are here not just to play, but to dominate.
Yeah, there's something cool about bringing down a team to earth and making them really respect you. KC really did that in game 1. Now it's G2's turn to bring back some of that respect to them. Win streak broken. Start again from 0.
Yeah, 8 nowhere near as impressive as some of the numbers we were talking about earlier, but for G2, it's the next step up on the road. Both the support's going to meet up here in the top lane. Looking for a bit of control. Obviously, Aurora having the ranged matchup into the Cassandre wants control of that second bush. You see the wards coming in. Kana will have a lot of control in that lane. Cap stepping towards Kalist here. And take a few of those burst fire shots and then just walk his way down towards bot lane. Minions yet to spawn, so Cap should be fine to recall and then work his way back towards mid in time. Ooh, SK Telecom T1 said Victor. That was question mark. I wonder if it was the real one, guys. I doubt it. I doubt it.
You know, one of my favorite things I see on Twitch is people gifting subs to Faker to your channel. It's like, oh, Faker's sub to my channel, guys.
I'm a big deal, guys. That's what happens. But yes, so early game. Bot lane's not really much going to be happening there. The Sivir just wants to farm it up and clear the way.
Wow,
the Alistar needs to hit level 2.
At All-Star 2014, wow, that was the crowd in Paris as well.
Oh, yeah,
All-Star 2014.
true, yeah.
Remember the Pantheon there? Oh, what a great crowd.
Was that the Renekton, the cosplay?
That was earlier.
Was that earlier?
That was one of the open circuit events. Yes. And funnily enough, someone recreated that meme at NLC.
Yeah,
fantastic.
Very good. If you haven't watched the NLC between shows, by the way, they had a K-pop group. And it was actually quite fun to watch. It was enjoyable. So you should catch up on that if you can. Although I'm sure, actually, it was Lost Ratonas playing in the final, so I'm sure a lot of people were watching it anyway.
Let's be honest, if you know about it, you probably watched it.
True. So, early doors, what are we looking at? We're looking at Kana getting the push in the top lane. Caps with his range advantage should be able to harass down Vladdy. You can see Vladdy already half HP using that Twilight Shroud just to try and get towards these minions. But if Caps plays this lane well, he can just keep that wave a little bit out of Akali's reach.
Yeah, he's going to look for the bounce back and then a reset most likely, because he started with the Q. He's not going to have wave control the early on, whereas Akali, your Q actually is pretty good at clearing through waves for a melee champion, actually. Goes towards that W the second to get a bit more energy to keep spamming that. But Caps now at the level 2, happy to hold the wave where he wants.
Lebrov going in, headbutt pulverize, a little bit of damage on Kalis. Lebrov's going to get knocked up in response. Both the support's running Unsealed Spellbook, so don't see any of those aftershock reduced damage after you go in, and can make the Alistar a little bit more squishy than he's used to being.
Gotta say, I really appreciate the emote spam from Kalist. He's got a bit of a bromance with Elk over on BLG. Of course, they played earlier today. Won't spoil the result. Hell of a series, though. Go watch that one if you got some spare time after this one, of course. This one's going to be absolutely riveting.
Oh, Broken Blade not on the right side of this lane at all. 12 CS down. There's a big wave going into him, but Kana was so dominant in game 1 on that Rumble. Broken Blade is going to have a bit of a struggle bus of a matchup.
And KC, even when we had our questions about them from the group stage, one thing we said is Kana is damn good at League of Legends still. Kana is still Kana. There were some issues potentially with the rest of the team and how they were synergizing. Their team fights were looking a little bit off for a while, a little disconnected. But Kana was looking fantastic. He now has a nasty winning matchup in this top side. Broken Blade elected into it. It's a bit of a begrudging one where you say, look, okay, I've got to be a tank later on. I'll just try and survive how I can. He's going to soak up this wave at tower best he can, and then his job is to peel for the team later. Very different to the Kled from the last game where he was meant to be getting leads and skirmishing well. Obviously, that didn't work out well. The danger here now is you've given Kana a winning matchup. Yeah. That's not typically how I see teams winning against KC.
Yeah, when Kana gets ahead, KC tend to win the game. Targum's here looking for that Gleaming Quill, can't quite land it, but KC do already have about a 400 gold lead, and all of that sits on the shoulders of their Korean top laner. See, for the moment, Hansama and Lebrov just trying to absorb the pressure from Kalist and Targus and doing a good enough job. It's going to be even Stevens in terms of CS. Caps getting his recall off. That is a tiny amount of CS ahead, but can TP back in immediately. Probably has Lost Chapter. No, double amplifying tone is where he decides to go.
Yeah, well, hang on. We'll see what build he's going to go towards, actually, because I mean, we've seen a lot of the Rod of Ages Victor coming through. Seen some Blackfire. I have to say, I tend to follow in the Doomby school of thought, where he's basically said, look, Victor, if you go towards a Lost Chapter build, you die a lot of the time. So you don't actually get to use the higher damage build to do what he does. I mean, the Rod of Ages allows you to survive through to a second cooldown. And against such a high diving team, I would like to see that Rod of Ages potentially. But of course, Caps, at the end of the day, whatever you build, if you play towards that play style and you justify it, I don't care. You just have to justify it. And it looks like he is going towards a Lost Chapter build.
Yeah, he so often does justify it as well. Even in game 1, like, he wasn't able to find the impact that he wanted to have, but he was unkilled until the Nexus fell, basically, right? So you give Caps a bit of the benefit of the doubt, and KC beginning to earn that in some ways as well with their performance this year. Obviously had a turbulent start to coming into the league, but since the start of this year, winning winter, being relatively good in spring, and now challenging in summer, I think a lot of people are putting KC as consistently one of the top dogs in their heads.
I know, things are, hang on a second, spell shield onto the knockup, no threat there really onto Hansama. Sometimes you just like to do a little bit of a hands check. Yeah. To say, okay, you got
hands check?
Yeah. I was trying to leave it as subtle.
Sorry, no subtlety, man. I'm used to Vetty just not getting any of my puns, so I have to be explicit.
I'm just okay. Now you've given me a challenge. That's the problem. You shouldn't have done that in such an important series. Problems there. We're going to get derailed at some point. Labrov just making sure that Caps is safe on the crash in here. Needs to make sure that he's okay to do so. Ladi on the whole, laning completely fine versus Caps on the Victor. And quite well at getting some of those micro trades to get the best of things.
Yeah, Yiko on a control ward here, but well, shadowing makes it easy enough for Caps to get that wave crashing in. They're going to pass down towards the bottom side, towards that Drake. Kana still winning out pretty effectively in this top lane match. It might just be a Scuttle Crab take. Caps escorted to the Honey Fruit. He'll gobble those down.
Just seeing that random damage again in that top side matchup, people really don't respect the passive damage of the Aurora in this kind of matchup.
So strong.
Why did this random bit of damage come through from North attack? You get that 3 hits and just a load of random bits of percent HP comes through, amped up by the Leandries and potentially a Riftmaker later on as well. It's so disgusting. You can see how much damage has been done there just by wailing on the melee. Same in mid lane for the Victor, of course, there too. But this is one of the reasons why the Aurora is favored into tanks. Might actually see a contest around this dragon now. KC are quite intent on approaching.
You can see Vladdy's quite a way away, currently only near the red buff. Hansama forced back a little bit, puts some control ward down in the Tribush. Targmas goes in, exhaust onto Skewmon. Smite by Yike, won the last one of these. Skewmon looking for the smite, and it's Yike again! He's just Scumon's father, it seems. LeBron hit with the Ultra Shock Laser, and it's a perfect execution from Vladdy that kills off the cow.
Oh, welcome back. Vladdy gets himself the first kill of the game on the Akali. We were a little bit worried, does he just have to revert back towards mages? Like he says in this first fight, no. Of course, we'll see how that fight, how the fights continue across the game. But KC, smite fight, first blood. G2, there are some worries here.
There really are. We'll see it again. Yike just wins it. Decimating Smash alongside the smite is enough, and then LeBron gets clipped. And Vladdy chases him down.
Forcing a flash out of Scumon too. You'd normally think that, you know, Victor and the Shins out, they'd be winning through the early fights early. It's typically when early fights tend to happen out here, actually, in the early game. But no, not to be the case. KC get themselves a bit of a freebie there.
And now it's not just Kana that's ahead. Your mid lane is ahead, your bot lane is ahead. You are happy as anything here if you're Carmine Corp. For G2, like, they do scale into this game. Victor, Sivir scale really well. You're going to have a frontline Cassante. But now we get to see how good KC can be with one of those early game leads, because they haven't had them that often in summer.
Rob started up. Do KC feel like they can contest this again? First one goes down to G2.
I think Scumon smiting the first one kind of implies, hey, we don't really want to contest the next two. They'll pull this last one out, but Yike's going to be able to take them both. And the little grubs actually, as mites, stopping the recall from Scumon. Does hit level 7 now, doesn't have his smite, whereas Yike has held on to his. G2, this is cinema. Like, they're just watching. They have gone to the movies, they bought a ticket, they bought the popcorn, and they're just spectating as KC take the 2 grubs.
I like to call it Safari League of Legends. Well, we've got an animal going in right there. The cows on the rampage.
Goes back out with the Cyclone there. LeBron going in, pops that Unbreakable Will. Arcane Storm coming out as well, but not really much happening there for G2. LeBron went for the engage with the Hex Flash. Scumon's going to dash away. Targamas dancing in with that grand entrance. Cap's still looking for more. Remember, no ultimates available now as Broken Blade is just killing off Kana. Kana has no ult, has to flash BB on the chase, going all out. Can't quite land the Intofos. And because of that, Kana survives.
Close run stuff. Potential of a continued fight up here. I think he'll finally defuse. And you know what? I was just checking the damage numbers from that Zeri, because something seemed a bit weird about the W. Folks, this is a W max Zeri.
Oh, wow.
I'm not going to lie, not seen this one before. I'm not sure it's been popping up in solo queue. We'll look at that one in the background. But Gliss looking for those poke angles. Yeah, you sit down in that bottom left there, actually. Just look down. No, it switched over to the card. All right, it switched away from it.
They baited
you can see it was there. Hang on, Vladdy goes in.
Yeah, Vladdy looking for this, but he has to dash away and dives to Summon Airy. There from Keps.
Okay, good reason to go away from that, Zeri. Vladdy goes down. Had the first blood, now is his first team's death as well. Fight over the Raptors as Scumon flashes up to the Anivia. Interesting so, because Yike always hovers Anivia in that champion select. Scumon didn't actually get an assist on that, by the way. It was all Caps, kind of forced Vladdy into the defensive play. But yeah, you can see right there, W max, 4 points in it. Increasing that poke, reminder that when you put it through the wall, it auto crits, so you can see the extra damage through it. Can get the Vladdy for this play. What happened here? So he jumps forwards, tries to get good trades down. Of course, has the Conqueror for the extended trades, but sees the Shinzai come out of Fog of War, realizes, yeah, bit toast.
Maybe it was an auto attack at the end, not Summon Airy, but still, yeah.
I'm gonna TP.
I mean, it's one of those moments where you're like, oh, I can outplay this. I didn't realize I'm dead. I entered. Okay, such is life. It's okay.
Everything's chill until Shinzai just randomly turns up in your lane. Sometimes it happens that way. Oh well. First item now completed for Vladdy. Has that rocket belt. I keep calling it proto belt even after all these years. On the other side, Caps is actually going towards Leandry's first from the looks of it. Not going towards something like the Rod of Ages, but still HP, burn damage, not bad.
Yeah, it gives them a little bit of tankiness, if not as much as the Rod. I looked back. Few AD carries still going for the Q build, majority of them are, but Kalist always going for this W build in his solo Q games, at least from what I can see. So
I mean, your random burst damage is pretty high, actually. Yep. If you don't expect the W damage coming out, it can really catch you by surprise. Remember the older AP Zeri Ws?
Oh god, I used to do it in ARAM all the time.
Yeah. There are a couple of teams now in the ERLs which really love doing that. I think it was M&S, just the mid laner, which really popularized it. God, that was nasty. Glad we're done away with the AP Zeri.
Yes, yeah. All AD carries in the mid lane, just get rid of them. That's my general. If they can play AP, it shouldn't exist.
You don't miss the 4 straight years of Blade Blackcleave Evolution? You don't?
No, I do not miss those times. I do not. But Vladdy on this Akali, about 300 gold behind right now. The big lead for KC is in that top lane once again. Kana has a 23 CS advantage, and with it 700 gold in his back pocket. We saw Broken Blade almost able to win one trade, but unable to do so in the end as KC set up towards this Drake. Get a little bit of vision into the G2 jungle, but G2 actually have a lot of vision behind them. You can see how many wards. Yeah, thank you so much, observers, for pointing that out. Flank wards abound, but only Caps with a TP.
I don't think the flanking victory is necessarily what you're angling for with this team comp. It just gives you advanced notice. That's the big thing which you're looking for.
Yeah, flanking victory is the deadest rather than the deadliest.
That's right. Oh, such a way with words.
No, thank you.
Man, you should do that for a living or something. Consider it sometime. Hands doing okay at just pushing in those waves and making sure that waves just disappear in the way that only really Sivir can do. Of course, later on into the game, G2 are going to have a massively powerful backline in this Victor and Sivir, just giving crazy AoE and pass-through damage. KC, the goal for them will be making it through the minefield of CC and frontline to those carries, and they'll have to choose their angles very carefully, because you fail to do that once, you often use a lot of your flashes, your ultimates, and makes it harder the next time. Vladdy is on the flank, they do want to contest.
That's a pincer movement here by KC. Camp's going to try and keep Vladdy at bay. Yike goes into the pit, but the smite comes down before he's in range. One way not to lose the smite fight is to have it dead before the enemy jungler arrives. It's a Hex Soul for us, a Drake apiece so far in this game. And I think Collis may have even picked up a tower plate while all of that was going on, realizing that the fight wasn't really going to begin. Skewmon there on a control wall will start up this red. Immediate response from Targamas, you can see running from that bot lane, and Skewmon realizes he has to vacate the premises.
Skedaddle, get out of that. Skewmon, I think he just realized he was on a control ward as he jumped over. I thought, perhaps not. W again, even off the wall, does decent amount of damage there. We're going back in to get a bit of damage back.
Yeah, Targamas will just dance around it. As a support in that situation, you take a trade of some of your life for some of the AD carries' life, even if it's slightly more of your life than the ADCs.
Particularly as the game goes on, HP on a support compared to HP of an AD carry, of course, is a very different thing. Even at early levels, it's a big thing in CVT. If you can trade onto the AD carry instead of the support, it tends to make a bit of a difference. Of course, both of these supports have a bit of sustain themselves. I'll see a little bit through that. We are now at the point where first items are through for everyone. The Koenig Rooken for Broken Blade would allow him to have the extra effective HP for each wave that crashes in, but as you were saying before, stuff like the Aurora with the Leandries, you think it's a tank killing build, and it is. It is also a squishy killing build because Aurora has so much base damage, which Leandries amps up with the, well, 6%, the amount of percent damage up from it, which affects your passive, your base damage, and everything. It means that you just end up just getting a nuke of damage when it goes into that backline later on as well. And kind of being ahead of the game from that position too is something that G2 will need to be really, really cognizant of. If this Aurora gets a good angle onto the backline, that is a quarter to a half the carry's HP is down when they get into the backline.
I don't think Broken Blade's ever watched The Incredibles, because I was told no capes. He has decided on a couple of them.
Can you do the Edna mode walk? Should we?
No, we should not. Firstly, only TikTok can see the stream.
True. I think that my knees might shatter if I did that.
I had knee surgery when I was 24. Oh. I think I'd be doomed, man. For the moment, the next objective, this Rift Herald, you can see G2 setting up around it once again. Caps answering into Vladdy. Broken Blade down towards the bottom side, does have his TP, as does Kana, so KC can react if a 5v5 begins. And this setup, once again, it's Targamas and Yike together that we see so often trying to get this vision in.
I'm sorry, but you are now obligated to say when there's a stopwatch, I got time, just to continue just that one other Incredibles reference we can throw in there. Harold has spawned as you were saying that. G2, again, we're getting towards the point where they can really start to front to back. We saw this from KC very effectively on their side the last game, where they baited G2 into them time after time. G2 on the defensive side of that coin now.
They are. Skewmon looking around the corner here. Targamas and Yike going out together. The quickness coming out. Hans Summer flashes it. Skewmon's still healthy enough, but Lebrov caught out by Kalist. He's going to have to pop that Unbreakable Will and walk his way away, and KC come out much healthier out of the exchange.
I do actually wonder whether Hans flashed a little too defensively there, completely out of DPS range, leaving Skewmon and Labrov a little bit out to dry. Well, this was the one that should start to turn and burn after that point. Skewmon going in again.
Yeah, Skewmon still has the Crescent Guard here, so can be a little bit more aggressive. Caps coming in first. Yike on the Rift Herald, but that's going to reset. Goes back to its pit, and G2 will force KC away from the objective. Lebrov now back out on the map using those Hex Gates. Something you have to be so aware of in modern League of Legends. I mean, I say modern, Hex Gates have been around for a while. It's just how quickly people can get back out onto the map. Lebrov already here. KC giving up pressure around this as Yike has begun his recall. Vladdy stepping in with the Twilight Shroud, but he's on his ones. solo up towards this top side.
So you wonder if we're still going to get a contest here. And you can see there's a wall right onto Hans. And this wall is so dangerous, especially for Hans with no flash.
Kana, TP to mid. He's looking for Hans Summer. They don't get in range. The slow not connecting. And that's the Between Worlds from Kana used, trying to get that fight. They have cut off G2 from the mid lane, but they only have a cannon minion here to walk towards the tower. The next wave will bolster it in a second. And so Kalista will get a little bit of time with this turret.
But you could really see how geography worked against G2 there a little bit. Hans did use the Ghost very well to get out there, but you're stuck against that wall. There's no mobility, no dash AD carry. You're really under threat. Casey tried to use that, couldn't quite manage to do so. Herald is claimed by G2. They have the one grub. It's not like 3 grubs, but they'll like to use that to open up a bit of the map at some point, of course. Dragon in 30 seconds might see another contest around that. Of course, we saw the first 2 actually contested. You don't always see that. A lot of teams will give up 1. Casey have not wanted to do that so far.
What I want to really watch in this next 20 seconds is how much Yike and Targamas team up to get vision into these areas, because it's something they've done so well in Game 1 and also here at the start of Game 2. At the moment, they're not really stepping past the halfway mark of the Rift, and that's because G2 have wrested control of this area out first, so Targamas and Yike can't go in for that deeper vision.
So there's no Aurora ultimate if Casey do want to contest this, but then again, there's no flash, no Ghost on Hans Sammer. This is the Casey, hang on a second, Skewmon getting a good chunk out of target that. Taking HP off of an engaged support is really important. Again, makes it much easier to protect your carries when the Rakan might just die on the engage.
Vladdy pushing out the top side. Camp's going to answer him. Both have their teleports. Could have a 5v5 around this. Would only be second Drake for G2 or for KC. They managed to steal it away. Labrov has that unbreakable will. There were the teleports in. As we see G2 still on the Drake. Hexgate from Kana. Caps turns onto him immediately, but Hans Summer already half HP. The Redemption will heal him up. There's the quickness onto the backline. Vladdy flashing forward. Hans Summer down. KC find the first. Broken Blade's going to go all out and pull across the wall. Kana, but they just don't have the damage on him right now. Labrov escapes with the sliver. Kana goes down. Vladdy dashes away with the perfect execution. Labrov gets taken out by an Ultra Shock laser, I believe, out of Kalist. And in the end, a 2-for-1 exchange in favor of KC.
KC find the flashless carry of Hans Sammer, and that Sivir is put to dirt pretty quickly. KC, we said they were not going to be leaving these Dragons uncontested. They've really set a goal on making sure G2 can't just slide into easy Dragons to allow them to scale up later. Dragon to the side of KC, 2 for them now. G2 did not do the due diligence and checking those Hex Gates. Yep. The Hex Gate was the big game changer here. We're saying, well, you know, the Aurora doesn't quite have the ultimate at the start of this play. Well, he gets a great angle just without that, fires the shotgun into both carries. We were just saying how much damage that Aurora can do, even with a quote-unquote anti-tank build. Rakan follows up, and sadly, Hans Sammer does not have anything to outplay that with.
Yeah, just doesn't have enough pupil tools for himself. Labrov here dies. I think maybe Kalist dashed and flashed for it. Yeah, flash burst fire in the end. Skewmon was able to kill off Kana, and now the Artican begun by G2. 1,000 gold in the hole. Hex Flash away from Labrov.
Oh, good grab kill.
KC only have 3 players here, and that Artican is already down to 3,000 HP. Yikes used the decoy. The Artican secured. G2 will look to try and escape. Skewmon with the Crescent Guard. The dive in from Vladdy immediately knocked up. A good Pathmaker will knock 2 back. Vladdy and Yikes dived into their demise. And G2 are looking for more. Cat's chasing Kalist, no flash on him, but he's able to run away with that extra movement speed. Dash across the wall. G2 get a little bit of control back in the game.
Look, this series has largely been about Katniss so far, but BB holds the door shut. Fantastic W. Lavrov now in danger, though.
Yeah, caught out. He's going to try and knock Targamas across the wall here, but that wall is just too thick. Kalist gets another. Kana coming in from the side. The Rift charges in for a mid lane tower. It's the first of the game for either team. G2 secure it. It will get another charge in. A little bit of damage onto that tier 2.
So G2, big series of plays for them. Get the Atakan, get the turret. I do not want...
Wait,
have you got bingo?
10k gold lead, fail, die, flame horizon, okay.
You have a full bingo there. All right, well, someone's now going to tell us what happens with that bingo across the series. That is now obligation.
Yeah. As long as it doesn't have casters use crutch words, because we've done that the whole time.
Yeah, no, you've just let them know about
We'll
that
just
now.
get them out of the way. King's Legacy, Dynasties,
yeah.
6 feet under,
the likes of, what are the other crutch words?
As well, obviously.
In the meantime.
Oh, time after time.
Time after time,
yep. Almost forgot that.
All right, so we can't use any of them now. Fantastic. Nope. Vocab is running short. Let's get the dictionaries out.
Skewmon looking for Targamas again, who will dance away. Has Vladdy in the area, so can just escape. Very even game between these two teams. 2 Drakes to 1. Artican obviously giving G2 a bunch of petals. It's about 1.5k, the 17 petal leave they have, alongside obviously the buff that you get from the Artican when you get kills, that little field around your enemies that you've taken down. Broken Blade also managing in this 1v1. It's gone a huge amount of magic resist.
Yeah.
There's only about 20 CS down.
Yeah, and now he's making his way towards the Iceborne Gauntlet as well. Blackfire comes in for Caps. He's got the double burn coming through for his build. No Rod of Ages. Has a bit of the HP, as we said, from that Liandry's to make up the difference.
And the big things you have to watch for in this game. Do Kalist and Hans Summer survive through a fight? And do their front lines survive long enough for them to put the damage down? Obviously, Vladdy and Yike are going to want to get on that back line. Kana's going to want to do the same. But Kalist, if he is untouched, will absolutely rip through G2. The same can be said about Hans Summer, Flicker Blades, and Yuntal's. 3 items is really where these AD carries come online, but 2 is enough for them. Alongside that, Caps farming up on this Victor Kalist. Oh, the exhaust down as well. The Arcane Storm's going to take him out. Targo's trying to get in with the quickness as well, but he just can't get there quickly enough. And that's what I was talking about. Kalist is dead. You have no damage. Caps with a double. A brace for him. And brace for impact, KC. Kana dies under his tower. And G2 might even be thinking about the win.
I mean, you blink and you miss it. The blue wall goes red. Great pickoff from Labrov, splats Kalist as he tries to wall ride, and the bot tower falling as well gives G2 a huge power play. 3,000 gold now in the advantage for them. G2 massively punish.
That's a huge swing for them. 500 gold ahead. Underneath that tier 2 tower in mid, now going to be 3.7k. Their advantage, 3.9 now in fact. What have we got coming up next? We've got 40 seconds on the Hex. Hex Drake will be third for KC. A minute on the Baron. G2 need to retreat, spend their gold, and then get out on the map.
Yeah, so actually staying quite a long time has now left them in a bit of a problem because they haven't been able to retreat.
Labrov has to burn the flash, but he's going to burn down anyway. Kalist gets the kill, as you say. They lost their timer. They lost their tempo by staying around for that bot tier 2. And then we saw Labrov trying to get back out there to get vision down. We'll have another look at this.
I mean, just Kalist trying to escape a little bit further and splattered into the wall. Has nothing left after that point. No Summer as the double burn from the Victor. More than enough to get onto the carry at that point. Easy tower kill. You are completely right. Tempo is the right word from what they did after this point, though. So often misused. G2 use up their kind of movement on the map to say, let's take these turrets. And now they're behind in the setup for the Dragon. KC might be able to take a fight here.
Labrov does have TP, though, off the Unsealed Spellbook, so he can get into the fight, and he still has his ultimate. No flash for him as the Drake is down to 6,000, 5,000 now. Vladdy has a massive flank. There's no vision. Labrov finally puts a ward in there. Between worlds goes Kana, immediately locked up, knocked up, and taken out. The smite goes down, and this time, this Stumon finds his mark. Yike getting chased out as well. It will be a 3-for-0 with Drake alongside it as G2 take total control of the game.
Yeah, Kana looks to go between worlds and only finds the underworld. Jumps into the play and doesn't have enough follow-up. G2 stand their ground, get the objective, get a huge fight. And they can look towards the Baron now. There's no smite. Yike is dead. G2 rolling from success into success. They won't have to care about Labrov dying before this point now. All the big plays are going their way.
From 500 to 5,000 in about 3 minutes. G2 will start up the Baron. TP available for Kana in 12. It's not the quickest Baron as of yet. Cap's going to come and help out his team secure this as quickly as possible, but I wouldn't be surprised if KC do a poke, do a prod, have a look, decide against it. G2 will get the Baron. Look at that damage from Caps, man. 24k. This guy, like, G2 have missed 1 Worlds of the last 9. And it's whenever Worlds qualification is on the line, Caps is just something else. He just becomes a different beast.
And he does get back there as well. You could have had just the most timely curse there. Very, very close on it. Here we're going to look at the fight again as great Bradfield forces the aggressive play forwards. And actually that Bradfield just completely zones off a lot of the team of KC. Kalist has to stand back behind the wall. Vladdy doesn't exactly get much value himself. And Kana, well, he does a hop, skip, and a jump into the grave. Did not get value out of that fight.
The troublemaker.
We have to call him the troublemaker from now on. Is that a thing? Please, BB.
Have you ever played the Like a Dragon games? Every boss fight has
like
that.
the
Blah,
Yakuza.
blah, blah. Yeah. So like blah, blah, blah. And you have like a title under them.
All I know is Takeshi, man. All I know is Takeshi from the Yakuza series. Was casting some WoW with a guy called Preach recently, and he has some sort of obsession with the character. For the moment, the only obsession we need is with this best of 5. G2 well in command. KC trying to find something on the map. You can see Kana down towards that bottom side, just trying to get an objective bounty. There's a tower there, it's relatively low. Can take it pretty quickly. Does have the TP as well. But Broken Blade escorting in the wave in the mid lane. This will be an inhibitor. Ultra Laser dodged by G2. It goes between the uprights. Kana will get that objective bounty for KC. They try and eke some gold back in their favor. Pathmaker out from Broken Blade to dodge away from the grand entrance, and that's the first inhibitor going to go down in the top lane. G2 then turn their attentions towards mid. Kana continues pushing, double inhib from the push for G2.
Feels a bit bad having to take an outer turret for double inhibitor trade. That's what they have to get, though. There's no way you can wave clear against this, and you probably can't even stay there against the very long range of the Sivir and the Victor. Yes, you can poke back with the W max on the Zeri, but not being able to clear those waves in the same kind of way. When you're behind as an Akali in a game like this, it feels really, really bad. You're looking for flanks and assassinations, or that's it. We've kind of seen that from G2 in game 1, where they tried that with LeBlanc and Leclerc. I think it's a little less egregious in KC this time, a bit more standard in the champions they have picked. But both of these teams took an aggressive angle with one of their drafts, and neither of them have really come out the winning angle of that. The defensive, group-up, team-fight style has worked out much better for both teams.
It's also who are you killing now for Vladdy, right? Like, you've got a couple of kills early in the game. You go for Caps, he's got a stopwatch and a Leandri, so he's not the squishiest person in the world. You go for Han Solo, he has a spell shield. Yeah, you're killing Gromp. That's about all you can muster at this moment. G2 pushing in the last remaining wave. There's the TB flank, but they'll see it. G2 turn with the on the hunt. Broken Blade with the Pathmaker, bring the Cyclone onto a couple of his teammates. Targman's going in as well. The boss already killed off Yike. Hansama will die on the back line, but G2 don't care about their AD carry anymore. They've already found 4, and Kana likely to hit the floor as well. Pulled out with the all-out. G2 still chasing. Caps has to use the stopwatch to drop the tower aggro. Kana dies for the ace. And we're going to 1-1.
Attention to anyone who's currently residing in blue side base. There is a storm warning. Caps drops the ult, and KC drop with it. Towers in their sights.
This is what we wanted from this series. This is what we wanted from the LEC Summer Playoffs. G2 and KC neck and neck after 2. Hopefully we go all 5.
Deathless is the man in the mid lane. Caps so often the standard bearer, waving the flag high at the enemy nexus.
That they are for KC. Back to the drawing board a little bit with that draft, but for you at home, if you want to win a trip to LEC Madrid, for you and a guest with all expenses paid, your journey starts here. Tell us your story with the LEC and why you deserve to win the trip. We'll be joining you again right after this break.
Hey Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey Kia, let's see if you're a real fan.
I'm ready.
How many lanes are there in League of Legends?
There are 3 lanes in League of Legends.
Are you seriously quizzing the car about League of Legends?
Look, I just want to know how much it knows.
The EV3 has an AI assistant. It's supposed to know everything.
Okay then. Hey Kia, how do I get better at League of Legends?
That will be challenging.
Through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in
the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light against the odds. We'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light. We become the light against the odds. We'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the
Skewmon looking for the smite, and it's Yank again! He's just Skewmon's father, it seems. LeBron hit with the ultra-shock laser, and it's a perfect execution from Vladdy that kills off the cow.
They might took an aurora. Yep. Oh, Steven, chain. Can look? I can go. Look, Steven. 1 HP. Shiver. Yeah, step. I got it. Really good. There is still in base. Kite it. Go hard. But keep kiting. Kite it. Really good. Wukong. Nice. Our mark. Wukong will flash. PP, save. We're fine, guys. We had one. Oh my god.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the LEC, where G2 tied the series 1-1 after a very exciting and back and forth game. And I'm here to break down probably one of KC's last very great setups when it comes to these neutral objectives, because the game has always been about neutral objectives, at least for this series. And as we kick it off, we're finding G2 with the position on this Drake, and KC has to play the very difficult job of breaking this situation open. So if we can roll the clip as we go now. KC is looking to posture up, and now as Kana is looking to take this Hex Gate, it's very important to highlight Labrov and Broken Blade here, because they are the two main characters when it comes to G2's team comp, because they are the ones who need to stop the blue wall from busting open and just going all over G2's team comp. So right now, Aurora went in, Vlad is also making space, and right now, if you can look, Labrov and Broken Blade are just running left and right because they have just way too many threats to take care of, because right now Hans has been in the back line, he's about to get one shot, and Kalist is very safe on this side of the fight. So it's just very impressive to showcase again how KC manages to fight this and break the situation open, because this is the realistic only win condition that they have, because in a straight up front to back it is really hard for KC to find any sort of lead. So now, as we toss it to the other side of the analyst desk, how did G2 manage to stop the blue wall from finding the situation over and over again?
By winning the game. No, by winning.
It's a little more complicated than that.
That's so know.
They just killed them. They just did better. They did
right?
better.
They
didn't
just
die,
clicked
and then they killed them.
the buttons.
Yeah,
but it actually came down to a really good setup for these team fights where they were able to bring the game back, specifically starting point being that Atacon.
Yeah, I think this really showcased the difficulties that KC had where they weren't able to set up the map as much as they want to try and take this fight. Because as this plays out, look how quickly G2 just retreat into this little choke point. And even though you have so many of these assassins like the Auroras and the Akalis that want to try and get access, it's very easy for you to pull back, separate into these little choke points, and then deal with each little threat as it starts to wander through.
Execution was key in this game, and what surprised me, like it did many of us, was how fast G2 was actually playing. The Artican in and of itself, after losing the team fight around Dragon, I wasn't expecting them to come out onto the map and immediately force that objective. They ran it down mid, find 2 picks, converted into 2 towers as well. Yeah. Speed was the name of the game, and obviously with Sivir, she loves to go fast. She loves to fly forward and she loves to make stuff happen. But I wasn't expecting G2 to be as proactive as they were and take such swift control over the game.
Yeah, it was a really great showing from G2 specifically, and also punishing the mistakes that KC had, getting Khalees in that mid lane, catching him off guard. They were able to play to that composition, which is a little bit different than what we saw from them in that first game where they were going for those individual picks. This is more team fighting. But when it comes to the draft and how everything played out, we had Lore check in with Dylan at the 10-minute mark last game to ask exactly why the changes were made.
We are 10 minutes into Game 2 right now, and I have Dylan with me to talk about the draft first. Completely different approach compared to Game 1. What did you learn from what happened before?
Well, Game 1 was really about punishing the Orianna. I think we did it early game, and we kind of let up on it a bit, mess up a couple fights, and of course, a comp like that looks pretty bad when you're behind late game. This one, a lot slower, a lot more standard, and I think it's going well so far.
Simple question, and last question about Victor. Was it to deny the champion for Vladdy, or did you just wanted to pick this champion anyway?
I think we just think picking it early there just makes our draft strategy a bit better and gives us some scaling.
All right, let's see how it goes. Thank you so much. Ginny, over to you.
Well, for them specifically, they managed to tie up the series. But this is the beauty as well of the best of 5s that we're seeing here, Rob, where it's like you have the chance to make these adaptations, to change things as you go along.
Yeah, and I think this is definitely something where they're like, hey, this is going to fit where we want to try and play for these front to back stalls and play a bit more simple, because my question is going to be on KC as they start to drift further into the best of 5, what kind of picks we have for Vladdy in the mid lane. So even though Dylan's like, no, we think it fits here, I think it's still a good takeaway from KC as they start to go through the rest of this. But I do think I'll be curious to see if they stick to this, hey, we're just going to put like a Sai on top, we're going to have this facilitator mid for caps, look for Hansam on Akari and just play that style continuously, or if they will start to go back towards this 1-3-1 style.
I just love that we got 2 good teams slamming heads against each other. Because quite frankly, we saw a game plan from G2 in Game 1, which didn't come to fruition. They wanted to try and shut down that Orianna, as Dylan was saying, and they couldn't quite bring it together. In Game 2, they immediately slow things down, and they kind of meet KC on their battleground. Because when I think of KC, fantastic team fighting team. A lot of that I give credit to the way in which Vladdy and Khalees navigate their way through the fights, but just their ability to play the 5v5 and Kana's creativity when it comes to flanking and his impact is always so present. And now we've got an interesting situation where they weathered G2's creativity in Game 1, G2 matched them in the team fights in Game 2, and it feels like that they're both showcasing, we know what you want to bring to the table, and we have a plan to match it. And so now the question is, where do we go from here? Who's the one to make that big creative change, and where will the rest of the series go?
One of the things I want to hit on, though, that you said there was like how we're oftentimes seeing like these flank opportunities from KC when they come in towards the team fights, and that's why I actually want to give a shout out to Labrov. I think this guy has been instrumental in some of these team fights that we've seen thus far in trying to shut down, like it was Kana in that game going for the flank on the Orianna at that second or third dragon fight where he just kept him out of the play entirely. Like, I think Labrov is having a field day, and I think like when you think of these big KC fights, it's also guys like Targamas who are on the realm, who are getting these big engagements off, and where KC seem to thrive and flourish, but it hasn't come to fruition. And I do think a lot of that has just been Labrov outpacing Targamas in a lot of these situations.
Yeah, it's really important as well to keep in mind here that this is a straight qualification to Worlds that's on the line here. You're also going to Madrid for the LEC final. So now that both teams are tied up and these are really close games, that just makes things so much more exciting. We're ready to head into our third game of the series where we see which one of these teams is going to be taking the lead, as we're going to be heading over to our casters, Alex and Medic.
You got real named, and I got medicked. Do you think Ginny just doesn't know my real name? It's very possible.
Sure thing, AA Ron.
AA Ron?
Do you know AA Trox? Is that your buddies?
No.
Oh my God, the new Darkin!
I'm actually a Darkin.
Oh,
Yeah.
incredible.
It's true. And that's why I shaved the beard. The beard is actually the Darkin.
Oh my God, it's the Darkin beard.
We are getting ready for Game 3 of this best of 5, as they said so eloquently at the analyst desk. Not only a spot at Worlds, but also qualification for the Madrid portion of our playoffs in a couple of weeks' time. Also gives you a break week next week if you win this, I think, right? Yeah? No? No. They'll play again at some point. The problem is with the different groups, it confuses me a little bit.
Different bits of the bracket are played in different times. Yes, I understand that. But really, just looking at the stakes here, KC could make their first Worlds ever. Haven't been in the LEC for that long.
True.
G2 on the other side of it, what would be their 9th? I think it is.
Yes,
something
it
like
would
that.
be 9 of the last 10.
They are such a kind of part of the landscape of Worlds. Both these teams, of course, would have another chance, even if they do drop down after that point. We are in even series now. It's basically a glorified best of 3. We played out 2 games, got ourselves onto an even footing.
And G2 still on the red side. KC electing to go blue. So far, we've seen Annie, Talia, Varus, Yunara, Azir, and one last
Pantheon.
Pantheon, thank you. But it looks like Pantheon gonna be left open here. It's the Trundle ban with the Talia already banned out. So G2 have to pick between giving Vladdy his Azir or giving Yike his Pantheon.
I think I would prefer to ban out the Azir here myself, because a lot of the lane answers to the Azir are kind of down now. And I think that the team that has been winning the game so far has a solid front to back, and they play towards the 5v5. I completely agree with this. Get rid of the Azir, fantastic long range carry. Even if the Pantheon gets locked in now, stylistically, the team which has been playing the aggressive dive, which I would say part of is the style of play from the Pantheon, has been losing.
Yes, I totally agree with you there. Pantheon, obviously, Grand Starfall does give you side lane threat as well, which is another tool in his toolkit, but Ezreal and Jarvan picked up immediately into it. Already the last safe AD carry, apart from Xayah, locked in for G2.
I think Ryze and Galio are getting quite scary in this draft now. You can double global with the Pantheon. Typically you do that with the Talia, but I think Ryze is quite good for Vladdy, and it's a comfort pick. And on the other side, you've got a Jarvan, so the Galio's there, and it would match the globals. I want to see whether KC do double down on that. Not just yet. They lock in the Lucian at lane priority.
Ooh, Lucian Nami. Huge lane prio on the bot side.
We really don't see that much Lucian Nami now. Nami's fallen off. We've been seeing Lucian Braum, occasionally something like Lucian Milio. Lucian Nami's fallen off a fair amount.
Nami is really big in solo queue right now, though. We're seeing it a lot. Masters Plus, tons of enchanters being played up there. Gives you great power in terms of your damage output on the Lucian as well, because you just give him the Tidecaller's Blessing as he dashes in, and you get the procs, extra damage from the auto. So it's Ezreal
It's all bot prio.
Okay, so it's, who can get more bot prio? Is it Lucian Nami with their damage, or Ezreal Karma with their clear?
And then the 1 to 2 item spike is going to be disgusting from both of these bot lanes. As soon as you hit the Imperial Mandate for the Nami, Lucian just becomes hot rod out of hell, just slams the ultimate down on you. Die very, very quickly. On the other side, Ezreal 2 item spike, the Karma helping you get towards that point. Does mean you don't have as much engage from bot lane. The role of the support has changed quite a lot. Targamas was never really known as a ranged player. He has played more of that now. I say that he did play stuff like some things back when, of course, he was on G2 as well. But more recently, he started picking up the ranged champions instead of going towards full engage. He's put a lot of effort into that, and I think he's grown a lot on them through this split. Lavrov did play a game or 2 of the Karma, this split from memory. Very different bot lanes to what we normally see.
Yeah, it's very much about prio. It's what we've been talking about a little bit here, but we'll see if the junglers actually want to try and influence that a huge amount, or if they let their bot lanes fight for prio and then try and influence the rest of the map. Really dependent on top lane matchups, mid lane matchups, which we have neither of so far. Gwen and Ambessa banned away by G2. Jax taken away by KC. I mean, we might just be reverting to a high damage mid laner and something like an Ornn or a Sion for G2 if you just want that front line.
I think G2 are a little bit of afraid of a real carry top laner getting a Pantheon into their lane, which is why they ban away the champions, which they do. Is there anything else which could go towards that? I mean, something like the Yorick, I suppose, isn't bad with the Pantheon. Just anything which can be a target for that global. And if you get a kill on that side lane, starts to pop off, can be a big, big threat. Casey, what's the last ban? Thinking about it.
They're taking their time.
Okay, Yasuo ban.
So Gnar, a possibility for KC, right?
That's
like,
true. Yep.
Broken Blade very happy to pick the Yasuo into the Gnar, and G2 are like, yeah, we know.
Oh my
we
god,
know
surprise
where you're
substitution.
going.
We have Knock Knockout. I mean, I know BB plays it as well.
think taking Nar away from KC also gets rid of some of their agency in team fights. If you want, you can also remove the Rise to get rid of that side lane threat you were talking about already, Nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, I think globals, when you have other globals in play, allows you to either neutralize or double down on it. Taking that away from the Pantheon is fine. And I think the Pantheon wants to play less with the Galio than you would with the Rise. We might see it locked anyway, just because Galio's fine into the Rise in an individual matchup. I'm a little worried that this doesn't have the best use for your own team. You can dunk the Galio onto the enemy Cataclysm and just say, well, someone's trapped in it. We're going to go put our own defensive play in there too. But I do think that they would have preferred the Rise, and it was an intelligent takeaway by G2.
Yeah, when I look at the KC comp, I'm thinking you have good disengage, but you don't really have great dive or like catch potential. The Pantheon can do that to a degree, and you have bubbles coming out from the Nami. Maybe the Galio getting in there with a Justice Punch, but you don't have that all-in, like, very solid, this is the person we're killing. Gnar gives you a little bit of that, obviously, with the Mega Gnar coming out, and you Gnar people into the wall. And G2 looking to answer it with a Yorick of their own. It will be locked in, okay.
And I'm just saying now, there's a bunch of globals. They're going to be heading towards this very volatile top lane at points. If the Yorick gets ahead of the Gnar, it's a real pain. You hit the Morning Mist, and even Mini Gnar doesn't like kiting away from that. You get hit by the slow. It's a real pain. That can be a win condition. Now, I think that kind of has been getting the better of BB in individual matchups in this series so far. This is a chance for BB to stand up and say, you know what? I'm Broken Blade. I'm the top father. Give him a winning matchup. See if he can get the Rise in the job and into his lane to make the difference.
I think the thing with the Yorick in this matchup specifically is you survive until you get your Maiden, and then you make sure you don't put your Maiden down just before you get ganked. Because you do still die to a Pantheon Gnar if they chase you effectively, right? You have a bit of health, but last rites is really where you're getting your health back, and that's your Q, so people have to be in range for you. You do get burst pretty quickly, but if you put your Maiden down and it goes on that 200-second timer,
Crazy.
You are not in a happy spot at all.
And if you do manage to get to an early 2 items, you are taking over the game. You are
very
chilling.
happy.
2 items, Triforce, and that Trojan really starts to take over. So KC, they have a bit of a goal. Make sure that Yorick doesn't become a win condition and make it about their own globals, playing around the Lucian power spike instead of waiting for that Yorick to take over.
Let's get on to Summoner's Rift for Game 3 of this best of 5. Basically a best of 3 now, as we see KC and G2 take to the Rift once again. And the question really is are we just going to see repeats of the last 2 games? The team fight comp winning out. Both these comps like to team fight. I think the Yorick kind of wants to do his own stuff a lot of the time, but Jarvan, Ryze, Ezreal, Karma love a good front to back. Pantheon, Galio, Lucian, Nami, exactly the same, right? They want a little bit more pick at the start. They want to catch someone out with the Pantheon jumping in, followed up with an Aqua Prison. But if they can't assassinate someone, they're still very happy to slowly work their way through the enemy team as G2 step in towards this red side.
Yeah, the winner of the first 2 games has strong front line, long range back line. You could argue that neither of these teams have that in game 3. They're playing towards different styles, so a chance to show a bit of their versatility. The aggressive dive comps didn't necessarily get the most out of the losing games from both teams.
You see, I am a hot queen, said Lucian, Nami, Heart. Just, I wanted to call them out specifically.
Does that imply the existence, I am a cold queen, I'm a
king,
0
perhaps?
Kelvin? True.
Yeah,
true.
0 Kelvin? Just 0 entropy in
exactly,
this queen.
yeah. There's no particle movement there. It's all gone.
A bit of visual invested by G2. Just as a reminder for everyone, we've talked so much about it, but it's good to solidify it in your memories, in your thoughts. This is a 2-for-1 series. If you win this, you qualify both for Madrid and for Worlds over in China. KC looking for their first ever Worlds. And with the performance they've had this year, I think a lot of people would say they're deserving of it. But you always have to overcome the final hurdle. We've moved away from the days where championship points would squeak you in, or where, I mean, I can't say where winning 1 best of 5 would get you in, because that can still happen as Abrov trading onto Kalist here. Not on the right side of that at all. Abrov down to 150 HP. The heal was used alongside the barrier from Kalist. No summoners burnt by the G2 bot lane.
Yeah, and Hans actually kept his lethal tempo is still up. You can see it ticking on him there. So despite Lavrov losing a lot of HP, Hans forces the enemy bot lane away by keeping the lethal tempo up and saying, you're going to walk up. I'm going to do so much damage. Just Dragdar and a couple of others, which really popularized this build, and it stuck around for a fair amount. The extended trading, it's not bad, especially you know, kind of like that Conqueror build, but still, extended trading really nice for that extra auto attack damage once you start racking it up.
And for Labrov as well, you can mantra the focus resolve and get that health back because you obviously have access to your ultimate at level 1 on this Karma. So if you can get in range, it is relatively short range, but you can use that W to heal yourself up. Targamas using the ebb and flow there for a bit of healing. There's the summoner spell out of Labrov for that heal. Yike going in, look for the extra movement speed here. The flash is away, they jump on Labrov, but he manages to escape. In the end, Labrov does have to invest both of his summoner spells to evade the gank, but he does get away.
And what that's now opened up is a chance for Skewmon to walk across the river and attack these topside camps which weren't taken by Yike. So the chance to snowball the bot lane and yes, get the summoner spells is important, has set your jungle behind in the individual matchup.
Makes it a little bit trickier for the G2 bot lane to be as forward with their pressure in the lane because Labrov not having the flash and you having CC on Targamas and damage on Kalist makes it harder for him to really step up in the lane. You see Vladdy on the losing side of the mid lane matchup as well, just being forced back. There's the Dark Possession. Broken Blade lands the Morning Mist. We'll see a couple of ghouls spawn. Last Rites coming out as well. And you can see when the Yorick, if he had a couple of items under his belt, he could really harass down this mini Gnar. Kana able to farm this up underneath the tower. He's going to be slightly ahead, assuming he gets all of these minions.
Mid lane, you can see that Ryze has got the early push. I think, oh God, great trade there from Caps. The early power of the Ryze is something which some people overlook because Ryze is a scaling mage. Yeah. It starts machine gunning you down later, but you know, definitely has a lot of threat beyond that. Skewmon trying to return the favor in bot lane, actually. They do have both flashes.
I mean, they should be aware that something's happening. Targamas flashes away. Kalist will dash, relentlessly pursuing his way to safety. Flashes in the end, both summoners burnt. Good gank there from Skewmon.
Yes, both flashes. That is very much a worthwhile trade. And you were just saying before, well, you know, not having summoners makes it harder to push up. Now that's an even playing field. Labrov, neither of his. Kalist and Targamas, they don't have their flashes either. They have the barrier, and the heal's coming up soon. It's not really the same of having that all-important summoner spell of the flash.
See the TP coming back from Vladdy towards the mid lane as he'll just try and get this wave pushed in towards Cat. But as you say, the Ryze, especially when you get a bit of mana under your belt, can just absolutely rattle through these waves. Spell Flux does a huge amount of work alongside the Overload. He'll be happy enough just to accept this wave and keep it away from Vladdy's clutches.
Skewmon back out onto the map, got himself a bit of a recall. BB, that's you know, getting close towards that level 6, and we'll see what he ends up doing with the Maiden. We'll see what he can do with that. Yike is back down towards bot side. Does have flash if Labrov walks up too far. I think it's quite unlikely to get that much, but I suppose the wave is crashing in. If Kalist and Targamas can hold the wave here, perhaps they can threaten overextended Karma.
If you're G2, you can have Hans step a little bit further forward. He's still got Arcane Shift and the flash, so if you want vision. Doesn't have a ward in his inventory right now, but could be able to put one down in a couple of moments to see Yike moving away from that. But the bot lane is obviously a key focus through the series as well. Hans Summer, talking about Kalist a little while ago, said Kalist is actually the AD carry that challenges me the most. He clicks well, he's one of the cleanest and fastest at clicking. I think he's always trying to outplay, and we saw that actually come a cropper a little bit in game 2, trying to outplay on that Zeri, got caught out with the headbutt pulverized. But both these AD carries have been stalwarts for their team through the regular season.
And this is the stats from regular season, so not from the first games of the season. You can see that Hans has a truly monstrous KDA. But the damage percent from Kalist shows how important he is to his team. So you can see, you know, bits and pieces of strengths of these players. Skewmon starting the Dragon. Don't think there's going to be a contest, particularly with no flash on the bot lane. You don't really want to throw the Lucian army to the wolves.
Also, Caps getting Cryo in the mid lane means that you have to have Vladdy clear out that wave, then come across. Does have the hero's entrance if a fight began, but Yike is a mile away. So it will be first Drake of the game over to G2. As the bot lane continues to push in alongside it. Kalist, oh, it's down to about 450 HP there. Broken Blade does have the Maiden, will summon her.
No longer Maidenless.
Yeah, only Kana Maidenless now in this top lane.
Touch Grace.
Look, just rest on a bench, okay? That's where we are now. Elden Ring is over. It's Silk Song supremacy.
Mate, I'm playing Helldivers. I don't know about you. Saw that ODST stuff. I'm like, I'm back in there. Bring out the saxophone.
You were wishing for a Grace in Helldivers. The bugs are everywhere. Silk Song similar, actually.
True. Yeah, so I've heard. Yeah. Luckily, no bugs hit so far. No bugs.
Oh man, you've cursed us now.
I have, but it was
3-hour Chrono Break. It's a bubble pop for on repeat. You know how it works.
You know, it's bad when production boos you as well. Yeah. Don't worry, we heard that.
So with Grubs coming up in 40 seconds, we see the quintessential swap that has been happening in every single game. Broken Blade not using his teleport here, where Kana, I mean, he should be able to get here in time. Broken Blade does clear waves relatively quickly with the Maiden and with the Ghouls, but Kana just finished his recall. He's going to start running out, and I think he's just going to accept if he loses a couple of minions to this tower. Wants to keep the TP, well, he doesn't have the TP, so he can't keep the TP. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah.
I'm glad you sorted out all that logic.
Thank you, I got there in the end.
I could have done that for you.
I looked to the top left of the screen, I was like, ah,
wow, incredible.
There's a timer on that.
Yeah,
no TPs for anyone.
Yeah. Play taken there by BB in the bot side.
Might get two.
Yeah, I don't know. Kind of might be able to threaten to jump at him after that point. Of course, you can't turn around the trading when you're under towered like that. We're getting into a really important part of the game now, folks. We're getting towards Grubs being up. That's very important to both these teams. Nara's an excellent user of Grubs, as is the Yorick, of course. Great chunk there coming out from the electrocuted Lucian. You do get that there too. But then also the globals are now in play. We had a lot of ammunition kind of waiting in the storage for those ultimates to come back up. Now we have that. Those ults can be used to completely turn the map at a moment's notice.
Broken Blade also playing in Fog of War a little bit. It's kind of signaling, oh, I could be going up towards mid. I could be coming back. Here's the teleport about to come off cooldown, as is Kana's. Grub started by G2. Yike here puts control ward down. G2 will be able to clear that one out. They already got the first Grub. Vladdy looking for that Justice Punch into Taunt combination. KC trying to play this on multiple angles. They jump in onto Skewmond. There's the taunt, and down goes Skewmond. Absolutely assassinated.
Point and click into the taunt. Casey, an easy jungle kill. Served up on a platter. No smite now to contest these. First Grub was taken by G2. Casey didn't even need to use any of their big ultimates. They used the tidal wave and that was it. G2 caught a little bit flat-footed. Just couldn't really support their jungler, who was a little too far forwards and definitely not tanky enough for that.
Yeah, I think Skewmon just thinking he could flag and drag out, right? It's like, oh, if they jump on me, I'll just flag and drag out immediately. But the CC layering when he doesn't have, never mind Merc Treads, doesn't have boots right now. It's a little bit tricky for him to escape such a situation. Kalista Targamas here, standing on the back side of the bush, but it hit with a Mantrid in a flame, and that's quite a bit of damage. Grand Starfall coming out, LeBron with an early flash. Kalista chasing it as well. There's the Aqua Prison, and now LeBron is sleeping with the fishes.
Yikes strikes. So because there's a Nami.
Yeah, Aqua Prison, sleeping with the fishes.
Yeah, that's really good, and I'm annoyed that I didn't get that initially. Pantheon comes up, and yikes, two great kill participation back-to-back. The first one was a freebie, that one was an overstay from G2. I'm just saying, look, the globals can punish you very, very quickly, and you don't have something like a Nautilus or an Alistair to be very tanky as a support. I think having the globals and having squishy supports makes this a very different game to the ones that we normally see in the current meta. You don't normally see a Pantheon being able to one-shot a support. Sometimes you can in very specific scenarios, but Nami, Karma, they need to be very careful, and we just saw that. Labrov did not understand that he was in kill threat until he was very, very dead.
That's why it's also really difficult later on to gain proper vision control, because you have to be with one of your teammates. You don't have the ability to remove yourself from the enemy jungle like a Pyke or a Khan or even a Bard. You need to be there with someone when you face check, because otherwise you are just going to get popped. You're just going to get one shot by the enemy team. Labrov there, clicking on the snail to make sure his ward goes into the tri-bush.
You know, funny you mentioned that. I remember because Lucian Army really came about in 2022 and a little bit beyond that point, and it stuck around for a little long time to the point where we were absolutely sick of it. EU struggled for a little while to play through the Lucian Nami and Enchanter supports because precisely that you mentioned in terms of the buddy system, warding particularly well. Lucian Nami, stuff like the Ezreal Karma applies to this too. You don't get to hard engage. You need to put a little bit of shallow vision, understand when you're in threat, and understand actually, look, their jungler's not there. I can jump forward. You do need to do that groundwork though, and right there, felt like Hans and Labrov didn't quite have the vision to see they were safe, or in that case, absolutely not.
It also falls down to shallow vision doesn't work too well against a Pantheon or a Ryze or a Galio, right? Because you can get a ward here next to this tri-bush, but if he's at blue and he Grand Starfalls your face, it's like, oh, well, we couldn't see him. So you have to just be so cognizant. You shouldn't have gone in at all. LeBron looking for the chains here. Skewmon's going to go in with the follow-up, and Kalist goes pop. The Cataclysm there just to seal the deal. Skewmon takes it. Kalist overstepping, thinking the Karma was squishier than she was.
Yeah, well, 80 carries, they should know that kind of skill set. The fact that Kalist is the first one in and the first one dead is really going to put KC behind if they want to contest this. Yike is hanging around. I don't really think there's much you can look for here, though.
I think it's more just to try and gate G2 off from this mid lane wave. One plate will go over to Vladdy. Caps flashing for the Rune Prison. Broken Blade here as well. The Morning Mist, Dark Procession. Yike does have flash. He holds onto it for an absolute age as Skewmon flags and drags in. The flash comes out from the enemy Pan.
Okay, so no flash on the Pantheon. Caps uses own to buy that. G2 get a kill. They get Dragon. It's pretty good for them, all things said and done. Kind of gets some alone time on the tower, but it's not crazy. It's one place, and G2 across the map will earn a lot more than they give up for that one.
And for Broken Blade, this is much more the state of affairs he wants in the top lane. First 2 games was down like a K at this point in game 1, maybe a little bit less than that, and then game 2 was 600 gold or so.
Blade.
Yeah, he was sure, he was struggling.
He was down a K.
Okay, yes, yeah.
Keep going, keep going. Go.
He was struggling in the first couple of games. Obviously, Yorick can patch over some of your laning weaknesses, but for the moment, he's very happy with how this sequence has been going. Bramble Vest early on Kano as well to try and reduce some of that healing that Broken Blade gets from the last rites and from his Maiden. Recalls coming out from the G2 bot lane. We're going to see... They're just going to run back out, but Kalist and Targamas have a little bit of time with this tower if they want it. Instead, they decide, let's make sure we get some vision towards the mid lane.
Yeah, Hansam was on a really good item break point. As is Lavrov, you want to make sure you're topped up on HP and mana, make sure you can potentially outplay the next Pantheon ult coming through. Yike not having flash is actually quite important, means that if he does end up, you know, fighting around the next Herald, something like that, he won't be able to completely confirm the full dive all the time. Don't always get to catch onto an Ezreal after your ultimate after that point. You can E away, keep himself safe.
See the damage coming out from the Triforce there for Hansama. Lands an Essence Flux and then just absolutely chunks out Kalist with the auto attack, trying to put damage down onto Targamas as well. As you say, Rifthold up in a minute's time. Root onto Vladdy, he'll Justice punch his way to safety. And I wonder if we'll see these 2 teams contesting around that Herald. Last time we had a fight up towards that top side, it was KC who came out on top. Skumond getting 1 shot.
I think KC should contest it, and again, we kind of saw this a little bit earlier when we saw it on the Sivir. The terrain is much better for them when they are up on that kind of top side. You can kind of force G2 to play against these walls. You've got some hard engage you can work with the Gnar, really using that terrain well. That's the objective you'd like to play towards, because you can, again, just use that geography to your favor.
And G2 can decide not to play around it as well. They have their dragon stacking. Cloud Soul, the one that the dish we have been dealt this game, and be okay just constantly farming up. Cap's got his Rod of Ages. On the other side, Vladdy with a Hollow Radiance already complete. Kana still waiting on that first completed item and is down to half HP as the ghouls chase him down.
Ow. Yeah, again, see he's stopped off the Bramble Vest, who doesn't have as much gold in pocket. Probably kind of the same, getting those tier 2 boots. Neither of them quite on that first item just yet. And yeah, you mentioned that Cloud Soul. This is the kind of game where a Cloud Soul can really change the game. There isn't that much hard engage because you've got the Inami and the Karma. You do have a bit, of course, but it does mean you can outspace it a fair amount. Yike waiting in the wings. Does have his ultimate if things get really spicy, but I think he's just here to shepherd the wave in.
BB TP's up towards the top side. Both the top laners now completing that Trinity Force. Yike will start up the Rifthold on a control ward, and looks like probably don't want to keep this one going. Collis just chipping away at it in case anyone from G2 thought perhaps they needed to move across because of that, but in the end, no one from G2 really responding. Skumond's top side available. Yike's top side available too, means they'll both be in the vicinity if someone does decide to start up that Herald.
Neither team's got massive vision into the enemy jungle. G2 has a bit on the bot side, but of course the fight's coming up into the top side right now, so it means that both teams have to be quite wary again of those globals.
And it's the difference. Game 1, Game 2, we saw Skumond and Labrov, we saw Yike and Targamas walking in, getting vision, putting the wards deeper into the enemy jungle. Here, no one has any of that deep vision. Is also superficial because neither of the supports can walk up by themselves. They're so scared of just being caught out.
Yeah, and I'm really going to echo something that Vedi said on the last desk. I'm just happy to see 2 great teams here in Europe butting heads against each other in a series like this. This is now much more of an even game, I think, and I think the comps are a little bit more even too. I think the aggressive comps earlier in the series really struggled to land the success they wanted to. G2 choosing not to contest the Herald. Casey will get it uncontested. G2 throw an Ezreal ult out. A little bit off that. I mean, an easy take from Casey.
Didn't have vision in the pit. I don't really blame him for aiming it for where the Rifthold usually is. But G2 here giving up the time it takes to take Rifthold or to contest it, to get out onto the map first and try and get some of that vision we've been talking about. You can see Labrov, knowing the enemy was on the Rifthold for a while, can step in a little bit less perturbed than he would have been usually. Gets a couple of wards behind that Dragon Pit.
And now we get the Dragon up and available. And you were saying, look, G2, oh, that's a great chunk there onto Kalist, blows the heal.
Aqua Prism down as well from Targamas. Hansama able to sidestep that. As you say, no heal. Grand Starfall coming out. Hansama immediately walking away with a heal from Labrov. Dashes out with the Arcane Shift as well. And now Kalist needs to be a little bit worried due to his own dash. Relentless Pursuit to escape Scumon's possible clutches. All the time that this has been happening, Caps is in the top lane, pushing in, trying to get more gold in his pocket.
Dragon's been started too, and Yorick helps you a lot with that. He's pretty good at single target damage, that whole thing he does. G2 going to cleanly get themselves this third dragon and get onto Soul Point, the third one. KC can't contest.
Also be upgraded boots for them. They'll complete the feats of strength. Broken Blade helping out here as their third objective. They've already got first tower, so their boots now looking slightly more blinged out.
Getting a little bit worried for KC, as they haven't done much to shut down the Yorick. They are up against the Soul Point. If they get a good Atakan play and a good Herald play, then we have a different conversation. They are probably looking at that now, though, because G2 will probably be able to bring KC to the Dragon in the next few fights, of course, and cause some big issues for them. KC need to be very aware of that, be aware that actually they do need to make plays quite soon, I think.
I agree with that. I think relative power in terms of item spikes is still quite even between the two teams, but you can't negate the fact there were 3 Drakes to null.
Yeah.
You can't negate the fact that G2 have been able to control these objectives a little bit more. Gnar used out here, doesn't kill off the Maiden. Khan is going to get chased down. Dark Procession out as well. Does still have the flash. Broken Blade with another last rites. Won't quite be enough to kill. The Morning Mist going wide there. Kana kills off the Maiden, which is kind of his intent the whole time. Scumon looking for a gank in the mid lane as Hans Summer once again lands that Essence Flux. Kalist dashing in. Vladdy here as well. Arcane shift away from Hans Summer. Does still have the flash and has to use it. Invest both his summoners to escape.
Hans Summer hasn't able to go back to finish his second item, which will really give him that power point. Okay, we asked KC, can they use the Herald well? You need to make some plays. Thanks to their bot lane, yes they can. Hans isn't here for wave clear. Herald will smash into mid lane turret. Can they take the full thing? Flash forward again.
Good flash away from Lebrov there, right in the nick of time. I think if he'd been caught with that shield vault anywhere further up in the lane, he would have died. The Rift Herald did come out, but Camps was here to defend. So the wave is cleared out. Next Drake 3 minutes away. Atakan up in 45 seconds. It's on the top side this game. And the north-facing Atakan is G2 trying to get control around the bottom side of the map.
And the fact they couldn't take their mid lane turret kind of sucks for KC. They realize a little bit more off of that. Getting the chunk is good, but they need to capitalize on it. The Herald was decent for them. Hans will drop a little bit of gold. He's bound to get himself towards his second item, though. Couldn't get it on that base, unfortunately.
Yeah, Kalist with the rapid fire cannon is able to get just a bunch more chunk damage more consistently because he's not aiming, he's not hitting a skill shot. He dashes forward, has Tidecaller's Blessing on him, and then right-click someone, and they take a bunch of damage. Hans Summer needs to be a little bit more tricky with his positioning and hitting those Mystic shots on this Ezreal. Not something we saw him play too often across the course of his career, this Ezreal. It's something he's picked up in the last few years or so, I'd say.
But he's doing pretty well on it here from the laning phase, and doing a decent job. 10 games all time before this.
No, this year.
This year, that's the one, right? I didn't read the thing at the bottom.
No worries.
Isn't it?
Yeah,
wow, almost like you should read the graphics.
But it was something that he was seen as not having in his arsenal for a very long time, and this year has begun to change that narrative, I would say. 7-3. Obviously, G2 having a really generally good year. Yes, they haven't won a split, but they've been in both finals and now are fighting to get to Madrid and to Worlds. So obviously you have to take that with a pinch of salt. As Caps just opens up on Kana. Does still have the flash and will walk away in the end.
Yeah, dare we forget about him. Another good culling from Kalist in the mid lane. Hans Summer, again, doesn't have that second item to really fight back. Scumon, you are on a ward there. That does not help.
Yeah, but he doesn't know.
Yeah, I know that.
He's got a control ward just above him. He thinks he's not.
Oh yeah, so he has assumed security, which is obviously not working that well for him, sadly.
Not at all. Shield vault in by Yike just for a bit of CC. They'll clear out the control ward. Atakan available to these two teams, but this feels less like one of those games where you can just sneak it away. There's too many globals, too many ways to close that gap, and although it's worked for KC in game 1 and G2 in game 2, I don't think that same trick will be effective once again.
And I do think, on the whole, the Atakans this series have been fairly effective, fairly low risk on the whole. Like, so many games have been thrown around an Atakan for reasons which are beyond me. But KC, G2, they managed to take pretty quick ones when they've been available. As you said, though, not so easy to do that this time. We might see a genuine fight around them, and then we might see why Atakan is so feared across the world, fans and players alike.
We might also see a trade, because there's 40 seconds before the Cloud Drake comes up. KC are going to start this one up. TP from Camps to the mid lane. Remember, he has a Realm Warp to get across here. Counter TP coming out from KC. They're not doing too much damage to this Artican yet. It's still about 8,000
Might need to be a
HP.
Realm Warp.
Skewmon coming in. Realm Warp, as you say, is going to bring LeBron forward alongside Caps. KC beginning to retreat. Kalist taking so much damage from the ghouls. Heal has to be popped by Targamas. G2, I wonder, do you just let this reset? KC already on the back foot. Just let the Artican go about its business. Charge out one more of those AoEs. Now gets pulled back towards the pit, and now you can restart it and pull it to where you want it to be.
But just look at the HP here on KC. They're quite low from tanking this. I think G2 think, all right, we can get the Artican low again. You don't have the HP to fight.
Kana has Meganar though. You have to step back a little bit. BB forced back in the lane as well. True Shot Barrage comes out, clips Kalist again. The Artican will reset. Cloud Soul now available on the map. KC maybe just making G2 take this and then go for the dragon yourself to avoid the soul. KC turn back towards it after running down towards the mid lane.
Make a decision,
It's
KC.
a merry-go-round. Grand Starfall coming out as well as Hun Summer has to dash away. Bloody going in with the Winds of War as well. And the smite goes over to Skewmon, and now KC. They ran away, and perhaps they should have stayed that way. Hero's entrance coming out, but Skewmon dashes forward, and in the midst of the Dark Perception, Yike will fall. Targamas down to 250 HP as Broken Blade looks for the Morning Mist. Lands it onto Vladdy. Kalist on that front line, has the flash, has the barrier. The taunt coming out from Vladdy doesn't connect onto anyone, but it does delay. Flash forward from Caps with the Rune Prison. Kana's going to hop on the Rob's head. He's rooted again. The wall doesn't connect. Cataclysm in. And now Vladdy next target for Skewmon. He's taunted. Cat still looking for Kalist underneath the tower, but G2 had just rocketed into the lead.
KC don't make a firm decision, so G2 make it for them. They'll get the Artican, and because of the kills after, God damn, some good damage onto Kalist, they will get the soul as well. KC lose everything across the map. I understand looking towards the Artican, but they can't kill it quickly enough, choose to back off, and that is the end of them. Skewmon, some great dunking on the backline. G2 getting everything they want.
And see this again, because KC had walked down towards mid as 4. Targamas stayed around, the engage comes out, but Skewmon just wins out on the smite fight.
And I think the really big difference here is that you're starting the fight with your Pantheon at half HP. He tanked the Artican a little bit too much. The shovel comes down, and the Dunk Master just gets to keep running forward again and again and again. KC aren't really meant to be slow peeling back like this. They want to be pulling out the Galley ult and immediately disengage. See Caps flashing forwards. There's no real threat onto him. It's a little bit of a disorderly retreat from KC. And they will really, really have to review what the decision-making was leading up to these objectives.
All over the place now. Cloud Soul for G2. Credit as well to Broken Blade in that fight. Huge amounts of damage coming out. He's had a pretty poor series so far, but on this Yorick, did a lot of work overall for G2, was clipping Kalist consistently with the Morning Mists.
And now he's at those 2 items. He has a gold lead, and he has a ton of damage on tower. The shovel comes down, digs up a turret, then a bit of gold underneath it for them. G2 have Soul.
They're just going to go Baron.
Lead. There is a Baron alive now. KC do have members available. I'm not sure they can take this fight easily, though.
Importantly, Kana just went Mega underneath the tower, so G2 know that he doesn't have the Rage Bars build up. Looks like KC aren't even going to try and contest, as G2 will just sweep away the Baron. Their 6th neutral objective in this game. Baron buff, Cloud Soul, 4K gold lead, LeBron going in, Realm Warp coming out, and goodbye Targamas. Some fresh sushi for G2. I heard they wanted KBBQ, but those plans were cancelled after they lost game 1. KC now trying to defend 4v5. Broken Blade still in that top lane, just going to constantly put the pressure on of the Undertaker.
This is so oppressive from G2. They take one bit of indecision from KC and they rip the entire game apart. It's the whole take an inch. They give them an inch, they take a mile. G2 have taken everything in the last few minutes, and the Red Bull Baron power play will keep stacking up time and time again. G2, I mean, they're not stopping here, are they?
You also don't have a huge amount of wave clear as KC. You've got Winds of War with a Riftmaker and a needlessly large rod. You've got Kalist, who's quite short range, can use the culling. They'll clear out the wave in mid, but that tower already down to about 10% HP. Broken Blade pushing forward, now backs off, realizing the rest of his team was not synced with that mid wave. G2 will back. They'll go spend their money. Rabadon's on its way for Caps. There it is. BB upgrades his boots. And for KC, it's a long road back now. The gold lead, deceptive, I would say. With a Cloud Soul, with an Artican, you're looking more at 10k, the advantage overall. rather than just that 4.1 that's on the screen.
And it's not like you outscale. I'd argue you've hit the peak of your team comp, which is, 2 items on the Lucian. Yes, they do scale like any AD carry does, but you're against a Ryze, which has got the death cap, as you mentioned. The Yorick will start to really take over the game in a side lane now. The Nara is not in a position to cleanly deal with that. KC are hoping on an Elder Flip and a Dream. Yeah. That's what they're hoping for right now. They need to somehow set up for this objective. Hope that G2 make a mistake. Perhaps they can use a global of the Pantheon into the Galio. They haven't really used that effectively this game. 1 or 2 kills in the early game, but besides that, not that much value. I'd argue the Realm Warp has been the best used global in the game.
I think one of the issues for KC is when you're in this sort of position, you want a support that can get behind enemy lines and get a couple of wards down. And Nami just isn't the person to do that. They're going to go towards the mid lane, looking for Broken Blade, who walks away from Vlad. He's still stunned up with the Winds of War. Last Right's going to heal him up a little bit, but there is the kill for Kana. G2, meanwhile, pushing through that bot side. Hero's Entrance still available for KC.
Teleport.
If they want to go for more. As you say, TP behind. Vladdy looking for the flank play here. He's going to be on his lonesome for a second. Second TP coming out from Kana, who has the Mega Gnar. Hansama dives onto Kalista. It's the Carling, misses Mystic Shots. Targamas forced away as well. There's the Hero's Entrance. Kana on Caps. The Realm Warp trying to get him out, but Caps goes down. Vladdy surviving for an absolute age. Escumon looks for the engage, dodges away from the taunt, gets the knockup with a flag and drag. Will G2 go for more? It's a 3v4 in KC's favor. In a flame on Targamas. Escumon stepping forward onto Yike. Kalista on his way back out. Targamas almost falling, gets taken out by the auto attack from Hansama. Kana dashing away. Yike trying to kill off LeBron, but the inner flame not enough. Kalista will find him with a double tap to his heart. A good double knockup coming out from Escumon. Kalista dies as well. For a second, it looked like KC had a fingertip back in the game, but G2 closed the door on their fingers.
KC, you can take as many teleports as you want. It's not getting you the angle into that fight. G2, they lose the Yorick, and it does not matter squat. G2 continue their way towards the Nexus.
Kana trying to get back to his base somehow, somewhere, but he just can't do it. Scumon's going to chase him out, and G2, for the first time in the series, will take a lead. They are 1 win away from Madrid, 1 win away from their 9th Worlds out of 10.
The Samurai Sword strikes twice in the series, perhaps a third to follow. KC would like to very, very much stop that from happening. Fell behind after that series of plays around those big objectives, and G2 tore them apart.
And they did. We're going to Game 5 after this break. Don't you dare go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Join the WhatsApp. Join the WhatsApp. Have you joined the WhatsApp? You should join the WhatsApp. Join the WhatsApp.
reach the stars and I'll never be lost. You are my home. You feel my pain. My soul is yours. Two souls the same. With you, I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine. You radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time. You're one of a kind.
They're sending into us. Sorry, he's gonna coming. Yeah, he's ulting. Got it. Get ready, get ready. That's fine. That's fine. I've come too. I'm looking early after. Bring him. Looks good, looks good. Bomba! Good job. Illusion coming. No flash fan. I've come Lucian no stops. You go and kill him. Guys, LTV. I chase. It's fine. That's what you call discipline, buddy. Just wasting his time. Good shit, guys.
And welcome back to the LEC as G2 Esports is one game away from locking worlds and getting their ticket to Madrid. So I joined the G2 army here for a bit because players are having fun on the Rift, but fans are having fun off the Rift. We have a bingo here made by the rats, as you can see here. A lot of things have been taken off the board. Kled, first game, we don't want to see that again. Flex picks, that was the poppy as well. But what do you guys think is going to be the next one and the final one we can cross off the list here?
I think next one, can I see it? It's like a little bit. I'm sorry. I feel like a new pick is coming because we're game 4. It's fearless, so that one could happen. Or solo bolo, maybe like we see some top lane shenanigans. Who knows?
All right, we know G2 likes to have their fun. At least they're super confident here. So let's see what happens next game. But before that, Ginny, take it away.
Thank you so much, Laure. All right, look, that bingo is really exciting, but
I want it. I want the bingo.
Okay, leave. Go grab it.
Bingo, you
I
can
will find that
Fine.
fan and I will steal his bingo. We're all gonna play. Like, why do they
You
get to
mean
have
borrow
fun?
it without asking and then not returning it? Because like stealing is like a little bit.
Yeah, that's a little bit illegal, but
Can
it's
we
fine.
be ethical?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Pretty much like
Either.
G2's drafting game 1. That was also illegal.
Whoa!
Wow.
Either way, you know what? Let's break that down. Let's look at the drafts. Let's look at this game 3 here in the series because G2 have really set them up very solidly with this one. And there was this one specific pick, that I was looking at, Vedi, and as a serial EU enjoyer, you've seen it all at this point.
No, I certainly have. And like the drafts, there's a lot to talk about. But there's one thing in particular that really stands out. And why is that? Well, fortunately, our production team have prepared for us a graphic to better illustrate what it is that I'm talking about. Can I present to the audience at home what we describe as EU Lucian? Look at this. EU Lucian. It's something. Now, would I blame Kalist exclusively? Absolutely not. Do I think that he is the problem? No. But can we all agree that perhaps EU Lucian needs to go? Odoamne, would you agree?
Yeah, this champ is ass. I mean, so the thing is, everyone's still dreaming of the times where Lucian was this OP champion. You know, you have this fantasy that, oh, I'm picking Lucian. I have Nami in my team. I'm going to dash on the mid lane and someone's going to die. Yeah, that's not happening anymore. You know?
Yes, someone does die, but it's not the
It's
other person.
usually the Lucian that dies, but that's just, we don't talk about that. It's one of these picks where you really need a lot of time to ramp up. And honestly, I don't really blame KC for trying it because I do feel like you're in dangerous territory where you're in game 3 fearless, game 4 fearless, melee supports are out, you kind of have to start cooking, and that's why everything kind of starts going wonky, and you do need to bring out the desperate situation, Lucian, that, it's way too desperate.
Because obviously we're having a bit of fun here, right? But we were talking about in this game, it felt like that KC were just very limited in their options. And especially when we see the Arakan fight that kind of just cemented the game, it felt like that it was so difficult for KC to actually really get any setups around these objectives specifically.
Well, it was more so a tale for both of these teams, because I feel like when you don't have a lot of engaged tools, well, as we can see the Atakan dance happening right now, is that usually you have this team that, you know, tanks the Atakan, the other one swoops in, steals the objective. But this is the first time where I see, you know, the other team taking it over. Okay, now it's your Atakan about like 3 or 4 times, you know, because at some point, KC is running to mid lane, G2 thinks that it's just for free. Now they're jumping back in with Pantheon at the same time. So this is just to showcase that silent prio is most important. That's the biggest segue that I can say, is the silent prio is just most important, because we reached this point in the series where it just feels so incredibly hard for one team to, you know, find proper ways to convert this lead, because you just don't have enough tools. As we can see, the replay is still going, and that's the whole point of it, to be ridiculously long over how hard it actually is to get objectives.
Didn't you want to teach us like
yeah, it very much felt like a dance where it's like you put your left foot in, and then you take your left foot out, and then you put your left foot in, and then you take your left foot out, and then you put your left foot in, and then you take your left foot out, and then you get Jarvan ulted in the face, and then you die. So like, it definitely felt like that it was a dance where neither team really wanted to take that right foot in approach, right? And as Odo highlighted,
their foot is broken, they're handicapped, they can't really like put it forward anymore.
It's obviously very difficult with the compositions that they do have, but in the end, it was G2 that pulled the trigger, and I think the way that they navigated around these fights was ultimately better than what we saw from KC. I think the pressure, I mean, naturally, it's really on now for KC. Being in this position, they're down a game. Drafting as the series goes on, I think has, throughout this year, always been a point of criticism for this team. We've often questioned, like, Kana's pool is often one that gets targeted, where we say, how many more champions does he have the later you go into the series? But I think that this is starting to expand across the roster, and this question is really starting to go, because with G2, that question rarely gets brought up. They've always got something. It doesn't always work, admittedly, but they've always got something prepared. And so the question for KC is, what will they show us now that can help them get back into this series and bring us to a game 5?
Yeah, we need that creativity. We need those drafts to be on point, and they pick red side. So any specific game plan that you think here would actually allow them to equalize it?
Well, the thing is, now we reach the point where the red side, I believe, is a little bit stronger, just because you can get counter picks, you can get, you know, lane prio, because as we saw how important it was in this game 3. So honestly, it's a little bit more of a challenge to make the whole team comp fit, because we saw it from G2 in game 1, where they had all the options and it still fell apart. So now the question is, how much prio can you get through your picks, and how much you can, you know, navigate this whole drafting sequence to still have a cohesive team comp?
That's the question that they're going to have to answer in this game, because this is their final shot to equalize it. G2 looking at a straight ticket to Worlds and the Madrid finals, looking to win a trophy this year here in the LEC. But can they do it in a 3-1 fashion? We'll find out with our casters, Medic and Nymera.
I've lost real name privileges.
I'm sorry, man. I brought you down to my level as we get ready for game 4 of this best of 5. For KC, back to the drawing board a little bit. The Nami Lucian worked for a bit in lane, didn't have the success they wanted. They didn't get a single dragon with a pressuring bot lane, which is something you really want to find. Didn't really have as much impact from the other roles as they would like either. For G2, it was a bit of an up and down game. There were a few moments of failure, but then after they started stacking those Drakes and getting the pressure through the mid lane, they were in a very strong position.
And as soon as you saw openings for the Jarvan, Skewmond went a Duncan. It's really easy to forget. This guy's on his debut year in LEC. I think he's been fantastic in this split, and he's shown a lot of good gameplay in this series so far. Of course, Jungle Pool is also getting really hit now too. Not that many AD skirmishes left, which have been the choice of the meta, really. I've mentioned about on the desk as well, a lot of priority lanes being quite valuable now. KC have moved over to red side. They will be able to get that counter picking, and that does mean potentially our bans change a little bit too. Of course, Pantheon made it through last time. Was banned in the first 2 games, but not the third where it's played. Talia was one of our standard ones. Azir was the other one, the sore thumb sticking out.
Azir and Yunara are both up right now. So KC have a decision to make. Do you ban the Azir, give away Yunara? Do you ban the Yunara, give away Azir? I think, although Kallista's had some...
Did you leave both up?
He's had some mistakes. I would probably give Yunara and expect Kalista and Targamas to be able to play into it, because you can still play a Hyper Carry, you can still play a Thelios Thresh, you can still play Jinx Thresh, you can play Jinx Lulu, you can still like scale into it. Instead, they're going to leave both up.
Yeah, okay.
Get rid of the Nico, one of the last engaged supports really available. You're looking at Leona. Yunara first pick for G2.
Alrighty, Yunara been very strong in lane here in EU. You start that Q and you get to threaten that reset. Casey need to find a way to, yes, either scale up alongside the Yunara or find a way to dive onto her and really make her feel vulnerable. The Azir scales up. Vladdy comfortable on that. We did talk about, his mages being his comfort pick. And it's the good old EU Maokai. Now, we talked a lot of crap about EU Lucian, both on last game and on the desk as well, for good reason. EU Maokai, though, we love that a little bit more.
We do like a good EU Maokai. Also, I like what it does for Casey's composition already. You see they're saying frontline plus damage dealers, and that's what's worked so far for this series. G2, they're looking towards the Ziggs mid here for Caps, and of course still decide to delay that. It's going to be locked in.
There we go. All right, so Ziggs for Caps in the mid lane, very likely. Outside of some random switch of Yunara into top lane or something like that. We've seen a couple of teams try this out, particularly BLG and LPL have really liked playing the Ziggs into the Azir. I think for a number of years, teams were really reticent to pick this up. It has been a good pick into Azir for a while. One of the ways you beat Azir is to slightly outrange him, poke him off the place, and you can't exactly sustain up there. They have themselves a strong front line as well. Both teams figuring out what we found out in the first 2 games. Strong front line, long range, scaling back line. Bob's your uncle.
Yep, perhaps. It seems to work. But the thing is, if both teams do it, which one wins?
But
then
that's what I really want to see. Exactly. It comes down. No, that's exactly what I want this series to be about. I want it to be about execution. I want it to be on fingers on mice and keyboards. Who plays it out better? Because both these teams look very comfortable in game 1 and game 2. A strong front line, ranged, scaling backline.
And we have the Jhin locked in for Kalista. It's been 5 years since Caps last brought out the Ziggs.
Jeez, really?
Yeah, it's 2020 spring playoffs against Mad Lions. He lost that game, but he beat XL earlier in the spring. So he's 50% win rate on it all time.
Wow.
1-1.
I mean, it's just a coin flip for the game then, Matic. The numbers don't lie.
Might as well just flip it right now. Nocturne banned away by KC.
Right.
The thing with Paranoia is a lot of people look at it as this engage tool. It is a great engage tool, but it's also a superlative disengage tool. The ability just to pop the Paranoia when the enemy team tries to engage, when they put down, for example, the Grasping Roots, right? When the Maokai ult comes out, just pop the Paranoia. It's like, how does the Azir know where to go? How does he get on towards that backline? Not Grasping Roots.
Nature's Grasp.
Nature's Grasp,
I was
there we
going
go.
to let that go. I was going
Nature's
to.
Grasp is no, we have to be correct here. I have to be correct.
Oh, that's the problem here, man.
It's a struggle sometimes. Aatrox the second ban here for G2. I wonder if Casey will continue to pinch that jungler pool. As you said, it's already lacking quite a lot. The Trundle has already been banned out alongside that Nocturne.
I actually wonder, are we going to see the Morgana at this point in jungle? The Vi's gone by. We talked about it being kind of powerful in solo queue. Baytron played it for BLG earlier today, which we mentioned earlier. I get to have like 2 LPL references a day. That's about it. I've hit my quota now. But I do wonder whether that's the question now. You can use that Black Shield against Nature's Grasp, as we discussed earlier. And again, have a bit more of that ranged advantage. You do wonder. It looks like we've got quite, again, very structured front-to-back standoff team fights. A lot of range involved with frontline trying to give those carries space.
Also think about support pools here. Like Leona is definitely rising in priority for me. The Bard banned away by G2. Want to make sure their low mobility backline threats, the Ziggs and the Yunara, don't get caught out with that tempered fate. KC have to pick first. Can just pick a top laner into the Scion. You already know the matchup that you're going to be playing into. And then leave your support for last if you want Targamas to get a counter pick.
Yeah, there's a world, I suppose, where you could also flex the Maokai into support.
True.
Less likely, but just worth putting that on the table too. Think about that. Picking him. All right. Okay. Now that's a That's a Kana champion saying, all right, square up, BB, square up. Kana, on the whole, got the better of BB across this series. Now, it's 3 games. I think 1 was to the side of BB and that Yorick very much so. The other 2, I think Kana was really dealing well with the matchups he was given there. Now, the Jace into the Scion can be very risky. You mess up once, a good chunk comes through from the Scion, and actually, something like the Ziggs roaming up with an ultimate, or whichever jungler comes in, can be a real problem for you. Kana will have to be aware of the threat which G2 can bring to his lane.
And the Jace is banned against Carmine Corp in 73% of their games because Kana is just really good at it. So I'm not too surprised to see him decide to pick it up. As you say, can be a little bit of a difficult matchup, but like the Braum from G2, I was thinking about it with the Jhin, with the grasping, Nature's Grasp. You want something to protect you a little bit. Volley Bear, a solo queue terror in the jungle here for Skumond. We talked about new picks. You can tick that off your bingo. first time we are seeing it here in the LEC. Cosmic Drive, Navori Flicker Blades is the build you usually go for with the Jack of all trades.
Can I just say, the Bingo people missed out the Baron power play 1-2. You missed that. I was checking if you tracked it up. You didn't. The volley bear hit, really important for a number of reasons. One, Jace is not safe under tower anymore. That's the huge reason. If you ever get a wave push in, it's a big problem because the volley bear turns off the tower. You are not safe. Also, point and click stun, the Ziggs ult comes over the top of it. It's another way to set up for that too. There isn't much setup for the Ziggs. That's all you're getting here. It's not like you have a Jarvan or Leona or something like that. Caps is going to be somewhat on his own when it comes to throwing his skill shots on target. That goes towards that Sejuani, and it is going to be that Maokai flex down to that support.
Good call on the possible flex.
Oh, you did say we had to be correct. You know, I took that to heart, you know.
Got it. 100% correct. So both teams, front to back is the name of the game. Obviously, the volley back can apply a little bit of pressure in the early game. Sejuani will struggle if they're in that pure 1v1 because volley is just so good with the frenzy. It's skirmishing with other people. We'll see. I expect a slowish early game again, though. I think both teams very happy just to scale up. Kana putting pressure on Broken Blade, possible.
I mean, I see a Braum and a Scion for level 1.
Yeah, maybe.
Also Volibear as well. I'm just saying, it is not outside the realm of possibilities that G2 cook up something special for the early game.
Now let's get into game 4. Do or die for Carmine Corp. They will have further chances at making it to Madrid or at getting to Worlds, but in this series, on this day, they need to win out the last 2. For G2, is it business as usual? Is it another Worlds made? Only missed it once in their history, 2021, the year they want to forget. And the question is, can they continue those winning ways? I don't see too many shenanigans happening at the level 1 here, Nymera.
Oh, damn. I forgot that thing about being correct. It happens every so often.
Wait, you said there could be.
That's true, that's true. Left it open. Need the
ambiguousness is our savior here.
A game of League of Legends will take place. We're really on the
No, because Chrono Break could happen.
Oh,
then 2 games of League of Legends.
If that doesn't happen, then we're fine. You know, we are the fortune cookies of casting, apparently. Leave it as vague as possible. And of course, you're talking about G2. You know, they are part of the scenery of Worlds. Worlds doesn't feel like Worlds unless G2 is there. KC, though, have really staked a claim for their spot coming out of EU, though, after this year, particularly after that first split, going into first stand. KC gained a lot of notoriety across the world. They're a game down now. They'll have to claw back into the series if they were to make it at the first attempt. And there is a potential level 1. The Braum volley back. Some threats here. Q landing.
Winter's bite on Targamas. Immediate walk away from Hans, Lebov, and Skewmon. Kalist was there, and there was a blast cone available for Yike and for Vladdy if they wanted to come across the wall. Vision not invested by G2. They know that Yike is starting on that side of the map.
You still haven't crossed it out.
Yeah, but they then have to like pick it up and move it across, and it's just so much effort, Nymera.
Objective steal. There was an objective steal too, I'm pretty sure.
There've been a few. Yike in game 1 and 2.
No. Now, we are casters of League of Legends, but if I was a caster of Bingo, I'd be having issues with that.
Well, as a caster of Bingo, I don't think your job is to go around and make sure everyone's ticked off the Bingo chart properly. I think you just say, 2 polar bears, 88. Pair of umbrellas,
all
11.
the ducks, 22.
Yep.
Have you ever thought about doing just a completely wrong one for that?
Oh, I mean, I think 2 polar bears is not 88. I think that's an entirely different thing. As Kalist and Targamas trade into Lebov and Hans Summer. There's the heal early. They're looking for that Winter's Bite concussive blows. Need a couple of autos. Kalist gets underneath this tower just in time. However, the KC bot lane is hurting.
Yeah, that level 1, level 2 from the Yunara and the Braum is really nasty, particularly as the Yunara, once you get that Q stacked up, does have an auto reset. And you slow them into the Braum Q and get that confirmation of the passive pretty easily on the whole. And you know, the Maokai does quite well for the Jhin later into the game, where you root into root, the saplings open up a W angle. This was very popular in Worlds 2021, for those of you that remember, which is the year which G2 tried to forget. It was what down 1 used to be T1 in their semi-finals. It was very, very famous there.
Karma taking a tower shot there. Bone plating going off as well as Broken Blade just roars at one of the minions and then forces Kana away a little bit. This is bad. Like, it's not great for Kana. Obviously, he's still ranged into melee. He should be able to win out this matchup, but having to use his potion that early is not what he wanted.
Yeah, you just need to keep an eye on that. One of the big problems with Jace is that you don't have great sustain. The grass gives you a little bit. Of course, talking about Worlds and Jhin and Maokai. Of course, Kana was in that series at 21 semi-finals, so it'd be a trip back to Worlds for him. A couple of the members on the team as well. Yike and Targamas been there before. Skimond.
Going for the full flank here. Yike is going to meet him in the bush. They're looking for Kana, but both the junglers will meet up. Broken Blade getting traded on here by Kana. Yike losing the trade to the Volibear, just like we talked about. Kana now needs to run, flashes away from the knockup. Broken Blade should be able to retreat from this. They might turn back onto Kana. They know he's got no flash. The volley with the chase flash forward for the stun and bring down the axe. BB on the board early doors.
Turns out Sion doesn't just cut down trees, cuts down men as well. The man of tomorrow fell today. Jace dead for first blood. That is a problem. Kind of really wanted to get ahead in this matchup. Going to start from a bit of an awkward spot.
He's going to have to TP back in here, flashless as well, whereas BB maintains his. The reset actually coming out from Hans Sommer, perfectly timed to catch this wave. So no minions going to be lost here for G2. Broken Blade catches the bot side. This is earlier than we have been seeing it. Usually happens in about 3 minutes time, but it seems like G2 are very happy to put BB in a 2v1 if needs be.
But look at the way the wave is set up as well. When you go for a lane swap, you want to meet the wave right at your tower so you can catch it right about here. They do that on both sides of the map. Typically get that set up for one side of it, but because of the death in top side while Kana was trying to crash it in, means that Hans can pick it up at the tower. On the other side, BB does the same on the bot side of the map. So G2 getting a good amount from both of them, and they get to choose what they do with the waves. If you have the wave on your side, typically you can set up for a slow crash, but you can also try and freeze it out if the situation's right as well. What it means though is G2 get the choice, and that's the important thing.
G2 will be very happy with that early sequence. About 700 gold ahead as well. Cap's getting a little bit of a lead in the mid lane, but the majority of that obviously sitting on Skewmond and Broken Blade. There's a dragon up in this bot side, but I don't think either team's really going to want to play around it too early on. You're undermanned on this side of the map right now, with your bot lanes being up towards top. Labrov getting a bit of vision in towards the enemy jungle, and you can see the pings from KC being like, we're not quite sure where he is. He's probably around mid right now, so step back, Vladdy, be wary. Again, Labrov is, man, this is true support gameplay. He catches the bot wave to make sure Broken Blade doesn't lose any minions. He then catches the mid wave to make sure Caps doesn't lose any minions. And then he shepherds Skewmond into the jungle to steal away these razor beaks.
It just reminds me of, you know, back in the day, back in like 2013, 2014, where it was, you get more tower kills than champion kills. Like, oh man, the rotations, that's the gameplay we're here for. This feels like the more modern nature of it. It's all about catching waves at certain points and holding it for your teammates. This is a connoisseur's game of League of Legends at points.
We went from supports not getting any gold because they had to spend it all on wards and such, to now supports not getting any gold because they're never near the minions to actually last hit them.
Isn't that arguably worse? Because it's just so tantalizingly close, and yet it's not
Please let me auto this minion. The Drake, though, taken by KC, knowing there was an investment in the top side by G2, so they do get themselves on the board in terms of neutral objectives. And for now, they'll be okay with that. They are bleeding a little bit across the map, but it's nothing too consequential, especially since they do scale well into this game. Jace Shock Blast, you've got the Azir, you've got Jhin, who can do damage, even though I know a lot of you think he can't. Super slow there onto Targamas. They go for Kalist. There's the stun. Immediately cleanses and gets the heal from Targamas as well. The root coming out from the tree. Dodges away from the stun and steps back in. Yike was just around the corner in the tri-bush, but decides against going any further.
And again, just look, they get to choose where the wave is. They choose, look, we're going to hold it here, take a good trade, and then we can push out when you have to recall. This is what happens when lane swaps go well, and you get the choice of where your lanes are. That is, you know, a minute or two in the making at points, and I think that G2 do very well there. You know, Kalist blows the cleanse, will be able to get that wave at turret, but you see the threat. G2 having the choice of what they do with the waves is what makes that important.
Looks like it's going to be back up towards the top side for Hans Sommer. Has hit that level 6, can transcend himself. Broken Blade, no TP, so he's going to lose a couple of minions to this tower. Just having a quick look to see what Kana was maxing second there.
Sion ult. Who needs a teleport?
Unstoppable. He'll still lose a couple of minions. One. He did lose it. He'll come back in and get it.
That's one.
Okay, look, man.
We're really trying.
Betty would never do this to me. I mean, I'm just saying.
Look, our voices are very similar.
That is true, actually. People probably think it's a Medi cast right now. Broken Blade will just push out that bot wave. I was looking, we had some information from Odo that often Jaces will max E second against the Sion. I think he's maxing W second because E gives you more percentage HP damage. And you can see it is W second for him.
Yeah, I think in this case, I think, you know, you're eventually going to transition to a role where you're much more about being backline DPS and being ranged, so I suppose it's less about the individual matchup. We, I guess, very basically kind of think about the matchup there. KC will want to really, at some point, group up long-range Jhin and the Jace. It can't really poke in the way that he'd want to. It's basically going to be random Braum Qs, and then something like the Ziggs trying to contest the poke.
Broken Blade was on the wrong side of Kana there for a second, trades back into him. Yike is waiting by the tower to see if perhaps something materialized, but nothing will. He will just be able to catch the wave, and Kana tanks another tower shot. I do wonder as well if after losing that first blood, Kana was like, there's no real point trying to win the lane as effectively as I could, because I'm not going to be as useful into this Scion that already has a 300 gold lead on me.
Yeah, especially once you get that first good back. Yeah. Sometimes it snowballs from there. Top lane can often be decided by a good first back at points. And we did say G2 managed the lane swap very well. I will say, no, it's a good lead, 1,000, getting corrupts as well. They do have a Volibear. And Volibear is strong, doesn't scale fantastically well compared to something like the Sejuani. Now, it's better than it was before in some metas where it really was, well, you get a chem tank and one item. That's really what you achieve in the game. Actually, Yike could go for a...
Yeah, Skumon used the smite here, and Yike knows... Oh no, he does steal it. It's just Skumon gets the credit because he got 2 or 3.
What happens is, when someone gets 2 out of the 3, it doesn't matter who kills the last one, it will always show up as the person who killed the 2. So it's like, oh, his Volibear comes up on the kill feed. No, he doesn't get the 3rd one, he just gets 2 out of the 3.
It was a good ward on the grubs though, meaning that they saw Skumon use the smite on the second grub. Yike knew he could jump in, smite it away, and just Arctic Assault out of the fight. But, for the moment, still a small lead for G2 overall. Where are we getting that from? Mostly in the jungle. You can see Skumon has about a 10 CS lead. There's a little bit in mid and bot lane as well, because the lane swaps have, as you've said, been played just that little bit better. As Hansama tried to get onto Kalist, but doesn't quite have the damage to take him down yet without a first completed item.
Doesn't mean that he's completely locked under turret. Needs to be a little bit afraid. He technically does have ult, does have flash. No barrier on Kalist. Needs to be a little bit careful there. Dragon now in a minute. Let's see a contest over this one. Cap's getting a shove in here, going for the Blackfire on the Ziggs. We sometimes see the Ludens. We've seen a drop-off in Seraphs. Thankfully, I think Orc's somewhere out there. You know, blessing the Ziggs gods that less people are building Seraphs nowadays. Wants to be good DPS. Now, the Ziggs does need to actually hit a lot of skill shots. There is less point-and-click CC than something like the Leona, Rakan, Nautilus kind of combos we often see the Ziggs with, regardless of whether he's in bot lane or in mid lane. So keep an eye on the skill shot accuracy from Caps, actually.
Yeah. Keep an eye on that Mega Inferno Bomb as well. Because what you tend to see is someone locked up with Concussive Blows or Cyano, and then Mega Inferno Bomb just on their face. And it's like, you can flash away from this, but then you burn that Summoner just to get out of the big AoE DPS coming out from Caps. He's going E second as well for his max, the Hexplosive Minefield instead of the Satchel, which I do think we saw in the LCK. Maybe Chovy did it, I want to say.
Can't remember the player, but I do remember a Twitter conversation about it.
Orcs was very angry. That's what I tend to remember about those sorts of situations. Might not have been Chovy, but we did see it recently as G2 set up around this bot side for the Drake. Hansama dodging away from the Deadly Flourish. Still has both those summoners. In fact, pretty much all the summoners across the board are up. Those TPs in the top side not available, but Broken Blade's already across here. Kana's working his way down, just leaving base right now. G2 have already started the Dragon. AC might just give up the Ghost on this one. I think that's what they'll do. They got the first, they're okay with that. Chem taken by G2. And it's another Cloud Soul to grace the Rift, Alex.
All right, so G2 get themselves one of those early Dragons. KC not in a position to contest. KC, quite interested to see how they approach the next couple of objectives. When do they feel like they're ready to fight? I think G2, they're actually already at that position now. We've got, you know, one item on the Unara, one item on the Ziggs, very long-range follow-up from that champion of the Ziggs too. Sion can start fights very effectively, and we're also in the point of power for the Volibear. First item, that Cosmic Drive, you mentioned the build earlier, stuff like the Flicker Blades likely coming in too. Real question for me will be when they choose to fight.
Kalist taking a bad trade there. Glacial Fisher going wide. Kalist flashes and cleanses. Targamas stunned up as well. The Arc of Judgment sends him to meet his maker. Skumon on the chase. No sums on Kalist. It's time for a Stormbringer. Doesn't even need the ult. Burns the flash instead. Hits him with the Thundering Smash, and that's 2 quick kills to G2.
G2 hit their power spike. One item on these champions is deadly, and KC do not respect it quite enough. Unara starts to throw those prayer beads through them. Synult in topside.
Unstoppable Onslaught coming out. Decimating Smash. Oh, good knockback by Kana. Still going to be slow. Flash countered with a flash of his own. Kana heals up with the Grass Broken Blade, can't look for anything more. A recall coming out from Kana. LeBron falling low here as the heal comes out. Tower falls to Caps. Vladdy on the chase. Yike trying to get in here as well. Has that Glacial Prison, but won't go for it. Currently a 3v4 in favor of G2. And KC just have to settle for the chip damage on the G2 players.
I mean, that was a really intelligent roam over by Caps, knowing, okay, we just won the fight. I am a Ziggs. I can kill this tower. KC tried to punish, but sadly can't really get the real teeth into the fight there. Maybe Vladdy could have looked for a shuffle, but I think with Callis and Targamas down, it would have been very risky to do so. Can't find anything as revenge. This is a problem. G2 have hit their power spike. Have wave play from Ziggs too. KC don't have a response, and while I do think later into the game they have a very good team comp with good range, good team fighting potential with their tank frontliner Sejuani as well, they've just given up an awful lot now. G2 have a great lead to use as a platform for the next fight.
Probably the largest early game lead we have seen in this series, almost 4K at 14 minutes. It's truly exploded in G2's favor, and you can see 1,000 gold lead on both Hansama and Skumon. Caps almost a K ahead. Kalist struggling to deal with this Yunara. You see why it has been banned out so often in the series, although it has been G2 doing the banning, not wanting to give it to KC as that first pick on blue side.
KC quite significantly far behind in the bot lane matchup now. Of course, they've moved into mid lane. At some point, KC are going to have to start grouping up and using their range advantage. That'll normally be around objectives. My worry is they've given up too much now.
Yeah.
That is my worry. They're going to have to somehow claw their way back into the game. Giving up an objective or two perhaps doesn't look like that much now, but giving up a Herald maybe opens up something like a Herald with a Volibear ult tower dive later on. They don't want to give this up too easily.
But how do you really contest? You don't have completed items on your mid, on your AD carry. You've got Heart Steel. Cool, Yikes getting some stacks, and it will, if he gets enough, scale up through the game, but it's just not damage right now. Yumu's complete on Kana, but he's not there really to do too much right now. Can't even get through the shield on the Scion. And if you're KC, you're like, well, who usually carries us? Kana can be really good. Yike getting caught out. LeBron trying to flash forward. Stormbringer in from Skumon, and down goes Yike. G2. Hans Summer here as well. The curtains have opened. The wave not cleared out. Rift Herald coming down. It might just be a tier 2 here, Nymura.
They have the Ziggs. It's the Herald Ziggs charge. They didn't respect the volley barrel. It's going to be a huge inner turret push.
There it goes. G2 might just try and shepherd this forward. LeBron could just ride it away. No, Kana says nope.
Car's broken down. Need a replacement. What did Finn call it?
Call the AAA quickly.
The company car for...
Oh, yeah.
Honestly, that was fantastic.
But G2, like 5,000 gold ahead right now. They are in such a strong position. Everyone with a sizable chunk of change in their advantage. For KC, after a very solid game 1, things have kind of fallen apart, especially here in game 4. They do still have roads back to Worlds, roads back to Madrid. They'll take on Vitality if they lose this game. But then you're down to the lower side of the bracket. One loss knocks you out.
Oh, ult.
Hansama transcending. Oh, Broken Blade. Okay. That's some Tokyo drifting if I've ever seen it. Bounces off one wall into the other. It's, we call that a messenger in bowling.
I mean, most of the players on the Rift are playing League of Legends. Broken Blade's playing pinball. I didn't even know that was possible. Another turret will come in with the Ziggs satchel charge. That'll be the full outer ring down, plus the inner and top lane. And the gold lead keeps increasing.
It's 6K at 17 minutes. There's a Drake for G2 if they want it, but they want to just keep pushing forward. Satchel charge away. Nature's Grass coming out, will clip Caps. Targamas flashes in with the Twisted Advance, but Caps, they just don't have the damage to get onto him. Caps survives through it. Targamas does not. Broken Blade TP's in, and KC immediately call for the retreat.
G2 take a huge, huge lead. KC, they wanted to survive to the point where they could use their ranged carries. I just don't know if they're going to be able to do so now. Real credit to playing around the Volibear and the Scion. Snap engage. First time was the Volibear ultimate under the top lane. Then it's the Scion ult into mid lane. And as quick as you like, Caps goes from lane to lane, satchel to satchel, and the gold lead gets worse and worse. KC realized they must get something back. They must get some kind of gold. Some fights when their cooldowns are down, they just can't quite find the angle. Goes a little bit too far as Targamas looking for Caps. You kind of have to get onto him. I understand the decision-making, but the execution doesn't leave him with enough follow-up to capitalize.
Yeah, it reeks of desperation.
Yeah.
Really, like your AD carries down, you're looking for something. Yes, if it had worked, great. You get a bounty, you get some gold back in your pockets, but it's a one-way mission. At that point, you are going hell for leather and just hoping that you can survive. Now, no flash on Targamas, does have the unsealed spellbook. Heal and cleanse his current options.
Like the lone wolf mission on Halo Reach. Objective, survive.
Yeah, I mean, it's Helldivers as well, isn't it?
Yeah,
Just have to live through it all if you can, but KC are struggling to do that right now. 6-0, 4 towers to 1. It is the most dominant early game we have seen so far this series.
And a real credit to Hans and Lavrov too, who have used slight edges from the lane swap into the wave manipulation, into good trades, and then just breaking down this bot lane bit by bit. I think Hans and Lavrov did a great job of taking a small advantage, which we highlighted from that lane swap, and made it into something much, much more than that. G2, their snowballing instincts in this game have been really, really good. They got a reality check in game 1. I think that's important to them. The rest of the series has looked a lot more dominant.
It definitely has. KC have had some solid signs throughout it, but you can see in this game, not too much to smile at. Yike closer to Lavrov than anyone on G2. Oof. A 2k disadvantage from his enemy jungler, who is the lowest gold apart from Lavrov's support on G2. Broken Blade pushing through mid. KC trying to defend. Vladdy looking for that next item in the top lane. There's a tower there with a bounty on it. He might just try and get a little bit of gold back in his pocket. But there's 2 items apiece on Hans Summer and on Caps. Broken Blade has 2 alongside it. Unstoppable onslaught. Between the uprights, Kana flashes it. Lavrov looking at Glacial Fissure. Decimating smash. There's the follow-up. And they just die. KC lose 2 in the blink of an eye.
G2, that was disgusting. Blink and you miss it. 2 dead from KC. Then the base comes crumbling down. The inhibitor turret falls. G2. This snowball is a snowball from hell. KC have not. All they do is get crushed by it. They can't stand.
Often we talk about utter can't being an utter can't, but I think this time it is a fine prize for G2. They push through the inhibitor tower on the bottom side. They have an 8,000 gold lead 20 minutes into the game. Lavrov's going to try and keep Yike at bay. Maybe he can steal TP coming in from Vladdy. The curtain's open. Will there be an encore for KC, or is the show over? Curtain call, Hans Summer flashes away. Vladdy stand up. Hans Summer lives through it, but dies afterwards. Vladdy still going on to Skewmon here. The flash away from Skewmon has the blast code. Brook Blade on the wrong side of the wall. Lavrov trying to retreat from Yike. Skewmon will be able to get away. Caps opens up onto Targamas. Lavrov coming back to rejoin with his team in the end. G2 to lose their AD carry just to Vladdy. But they won't lose much more. Kana stayed around. Thought he could find something. Broken Blade will chase him out. Will G2 continue to chase in? Kana avoids the knock up there from Broken Blade by knocking him back, and in the end G2 will call off any further fight.
That's about as good as it gets for KC, and it feels so bad for them because they get the AD carry, but nothing else. They still lose the Atacana. Reminder, their base was broken just before this too. The Jinot's not bad. They take a lot of HP off with the 4th shot. And Vladdy tries so hard to get onto Hans Summer. Does manage to just take him with a tiny bit of damage, which does enough. And luckily just survives. If he'd managed to sweep back the whole team, perhaps there'd been a little bit more that. Bloody lucky to survive at the end of that, actually.
Yeah, it was the Leandri's burn. He just completed it after taking the top tier 1. So good item pickup there for Vladdy.
KC have invested a lot into this Azir to get that.
Yep.
You know, he's even in gold. That has been at the cost of losing so much in the base, but at least it leads to something there. A lot of eggs put into the Vladdy basket, hoping that the Azir can somehow scale and carry.
The question is, can he? In game 1 had a really good time up against Caps on that Orianna, was able to survive through the bonk incredibly effectively. The Akali, though, game 2 had a struggle after getting ahead in the early game. Part of that comes down to composition. Also part of it to his execution on the day. Right now, G2 in such a commanding position. The fortunate thing for KC is it's not Soul for G2 on this Cloud Drake. They will get it. KC can't really challenge. They're trying to find things on the other side of the map, which does make sense. But because they were able to get that Infernal Drake earlier, due to the lane swaps, KC have bought themselves 5 minutes of some sort of semblance of quiet, some semblance of peace, or as much peace as you can find when you are 7,000 gold behind.
Yeah, it's time to lick their wounds, really. put the bandages on. Square up for another round. KC do not want to let this go if they can help it. Very, very hard to come back in a game like this, though. Now, they have waited to try and scale. Very hard, though, to take winning fights against a Sion that is so tanky, and the volley bear that can even turn off your turrets. He's gone towards, a bit more tanky build after that first item. Now, volley bear and Skewmon, he's just going to dunk you on the turret, and you don't even get to use that very much.
The thing is, like, Skewmon doesn't need the damage the Flicker Blades provides. A solo Q build does work incredibly effectively with the Jack of all trades, but instead, Iceborne Gauntlet, the Spectre's Cowl going up towards possibly a Spirit Visage for that extra healing. It's Vladdy, the key damage dealer on KC, a guy that G2 have to be cautious around. Kana is pushed up here, but he's going to recall. He's going to go for the extra wave. G2 just denying everything they can out of the jungle. Now, with Baron up in a minute, we get to see G2. Do they dot their I's and cross their T's? Do KC find some way of sneaking a bit of vision behind, finding a good TP flank, perhaps?
Yeah, I think KC are in a similar situation that we saw in game, I suppose game 3 we saw at points of this, right? Well, and game 2 as well, a little bit. Well, the games that they've been losing, of course. They're now looking for objective steals and real big misplays from G2. They've lost agency in this game.
Yeah.
They don't get to call the shots. They were waiting to see if they could accrue enough items to make a play. I think if Vladdy gets towards Void Staff, maybe we can have another conversation about that. Does have the Blighting Jewel already. The rest of his team is not going to be at that point of power there. I mean, this is a very anemic Jhin, does not have something like the Infinity Edge just yet. I mean, it's okay items on Kana Resolve, but it's not percent pen. So the Sion is going to be ruling supreme. The Infinity Edge is now in from Kalist. Maybe that can be a little bit more damage uptick, which they need. But let's make no mistake, it would be disingenuous to say that KC have like a strong chance of coming back here. Yeah. This is that thread the needle experience. That being said, we've seen stranger things happen before. KC, can they make it happen, or G2 will they just continue this incredible snowball they've done this game?
We talked about possible sneaky wards. There's one just outside the Baron pit there for KC. Put a control ward in themselves. They do have a little bit of vision on G2 if they did decide to start up the big purple worm. Broken Blade just clearing out the mid wave. Hansama's going to be given all of this gold, building up towards his own Infinity Edge, quite possibly, with the Kraken and the Runeans already complete. Broken Blade, now this is a bit of a choke point. Broken Blade can tank for a while. Skewmon can look for the engage. Gets shot blasted, doesn't take too much of his health and walks away. G2 playing around vision more than anything else. They're not really looking for a fight. If one offers itself into their open hands, they'll happily take it, but they don't need the battle right now. They just want to get that vision control down.
And I think particularly Skewmon does actually need to still play realistically. He can get burst out. The Volley Bear is not a hyper tank. That's an ult onto Caps. Just
Satchel
missing.
charges away from the Glacial Prison. There's no tower here to save him. TP comes out. The smite from Yike for the slow. Skewmon on the chase. Flashes forward, looking for the fight, and Kana able to escape for now, but the Unstoppable Onslaught will find him. Decimating Flash for the follow-up. Yike flashing away. Arctic Assault. Storm comes down upon his head. A Tempest, and its name is G2. The Baron now in their eyes.
The Freljord face-off goes the way of Skewmon. G2 jungler against ex-G2 jungler. G2 go towards the Baron. No smite on the other side in case they get, they've got themselves one kill in this game, folks. They have been well and truly shut out. G2 domination here in game 4. KC have barely seen daylight.
It's 9,000 gold lead at 27 minutes. It's only going to extend as they take this Baron up to 10k. And for KC, that's a long, long way back into this game, into this series. Caps,
so close.
Great flash. Satchel into the flash, as you say, so close, but as soon as they don't catch him, they know they are in for a world of hurt.
Realistically, KC have to play around slim margins. This is not a bad attempt. There is an isolated carry with frontline a little bit further away. That's as good as it gets. The fact that even that doesn't work is galling for KC. Great turnaround by the tanky members of G2.
Said ban volley.
Ban volley.
Apparently that's what you need to do. 40 seconds before Cloud Soul available to G2. Unstoppable Onslaught coming in again as they go for Kana, exhaust him immediately. The chase from Caps, the Satchel charge and the Glacial Fissure makes Kana meet his maker. Broken Blade distracting the rest of KC. As now, once again, they have to defend in a 4v5. G2 are going to go down towards the bottom side, just try and crack through that inhibitor.
G2 have just started as they meant to go on. They started by killing Kana, and they have made a habit of it in this game. Kana, so important to KC, has not been given room to breathe. G2 pushing through the bot side, crack the inhib, and the base is broken once again for KC.
Broken Blade can shepherd in this next set of minions, but Skumon has the wave in the mid lane. Looks for the stun onto Yike, does land it. Curtains open from the Jhin, hits a couple on the Broken Blade, but the Mega Inferno Bomb takes half his health, and now an Unbreakable is up from Lebrov. Caps will take the last shot into a Deadly Flourish. Perhaps they can find something here. Stormbringer away, defensive. Nature's Grasp gets a couple of roots, but Vladdy too low to get in. TP behind, Kana. He's going to try a 1v5, or maybe just try and escape, as G2 not unhealthy enough for them to take it. Targamas knocked up with a Decimating Smash. Skumon already on the Drake here. Oh! Broken Blade just slams a train into the tree. He's a lumberjack for a reason, it seems.
He just swings the hammer down. I mean, Targamas does know what hit him. Well, I mean, I guess he does after that point. You'll see on the death recap. Sion, 4-0-3. BB, we said, oh, you know, start of the series, not fantastic from him. He has slaughtered his opponents in this game. This Sion has taken over. And, you know, G2, they have so often this regular season relied on BB and his individual advantages. BB currently actually on a 6-game win streak on Sion and LEC. Would extend this to 7 with a win here. And, you know, there have been some, I guess, some complaints about him. Oh, just go back to meta. Well, he's done that now. How'd you like it? Jeez, this has been a strong game from him.
It really has. I think apart from game 1 and perhaps game 2, the rest of the series has been really solid for him. Parts of game 2 was just the matchup, you know, pick Cassante deliberately for the team. And game 1 was a bit of a struggle bus. G2 now pushing through the top side, have the Cloud Soul at their backs, ushering them forward towards their Nexus. Unstoppable onslaught again. He finds Vladdy, not with a knockup. Vladdy has to flash away. Yike towards the bottom side. Lebrov gonna get hit with Glacial Prism, but Mikhail's himself there that has the cleanse effect from the Summoner Spellbook. And Yike just trying to clear out a bit of vision on the side. The ultimates, only one invested by KC, but their base in tatters. Flying scraps at most around them. Maybe they can farm up the super minions, but I don't think G2 is going to give them much of a respite.
Look, it's Tutorial League of Legends, folks. All 3 inhibs down. Soul Claim from G2, Elder on the horizon. Baron, of course, in 2.5 minutes if the game even extends to that. KC are very much last life, last chance now. It felt like they've been on that deathbed for a little while. G2, all they need to do really is just capitalize on this game. What a clean game from G2. Yeah. They took a slight lead onto that top lane, that first blood, took a slight lead in the getting the waves in the right position in the lane swap, and they just haven't looked back. It's been play into play, snowball into snowball. The volley bear dives under the turret, Sion screaming like a hot rod across the map as well. In KC, they have run afoul of it. They have not been able to stand and fight.
Yeah, just haven't been able to find really anything in this game, KC. 1 kill, 2 towers, and a Drake as G2 were swapping towards the top side. Now, the march continues for G2. Looking at another Worlds qualification. KC, they still have more opportunities after this. Play up against Vitality, trying to get back to Madrid. Skumon's going to get the stun onto Yike. KC still trying to defend. The last breaths of life still in their lungs, in their bodies. Glacial Prison onto Skumon, but there's the Mikhail's coming out. Nature's Grass used as well. Yike falling low. Lebrov's already killed up Targamas, and Kalista and Vladdy were caught at the exhaust onto Vladdy, stunned underneath the fountain. He's going to be healed up enough, but the Nexus is bare and open. There are 3 inevitabilities in the LEC. Death, taxes, and G2 making Worlds. 9 of the last 10 as they take down KC.
Madrid, China, G2 is coming. They qualified for Worlds, they qualified for Madrid. G2 3-1 over the blue wall. The first game gave them a reality check. They nodded their heads, resettled themselves, dominated the rest of the series.
They really did. For KC, some problems. Their early game much better than it has been, apart from game 4. But actually having coordination in some of the team fights, a few individual mistakes as well. Look back to game 3, the Atacom play, starting it, running away, going back, coming back. It was a little bit all over the place. Still, they have the lower bracket to make their way through. You can vote for one of the G2 players, though, in your Kia player of the series. Skumon, Caps, and Hun Summer are your options. I think Skumon had a belter, I'm going to be honest.
Skumon had a belter. Again, it's so easy to forget. It's his first year in LEC. G2 had a pretty good track record of picking up junglers, haven't they? Skumon, the player which really, really has leveled up across the course of the year.
Against the old G2 jungler, Yike, who had a pretty good series himself, a couple of good smite steals. Did a good job, KC. They'll hang their heads for a moment, but then they have to reset and get ready for the rest of playoffs. For G2, a little bit of a break. They make it to Madrid, and we'll see who their opposition are, because currently the chase is on. You've got KC, MKOI, Fnatic playing up against MKOI tomorrow. Obviously going to be a great series. Really looking forward to that one. And I think actually it gives us more information about the relative strengths of the groups.
Yeah.
Because G2 swept Fnatic. Like, that was not a close series. And then KC and MKOI were battling near the top of their side. So it's like, oh, G2 just the best and Fnatic are kind of equivalent to KC. Are Fnatic worse than KC and MKOI? We'll find out tomorrow.
And I'm really glad that we do have both of our split champions from this year in the conversation, in MKOI and KC and G2 contesting with them. Gives us really comprehensive, really cool cinematic series upcoming.
Yeah, it really does. We're going to hand it over to Law, who is standing by with BB. Okay, take it away, Law.
Thank you so much, guys. Not only BB, but the G2 Army is also joining us right now for the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in with Top Father. Thank you so much for joining me. How do you feel after this one?
Feel very great. Back to Worlds, back to where we belong.
We'll talk about Worlds a bit later, because I want to grill you on that a bit, especially given the last international events. First things first, Sion, last game into Jace. Maybe a risky champion? What makes you confident that you could pull this one off?
Yeah, I mean, Sion is like very mechanically, like you need a lot of mechanics to play this champ.
Sure.
And also kind of just picked Jace into it, which was a bit weird. But I felt very happy about that. I think the last draft, shout out to our coaching staff, was very good. I was very confident, guys. Come on, you know. Like,
I mean, you're saying this, and it makes sense because checking stats, you have 100% win rate on Sion this year. Who are you, and what did you do with the Broken Blade? I used to know.
do I need to say anything more?
No, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I want to know what they think about the Kled experiment in game 1, though.
Nothing.
Maybe
exactly.
a bit too much cooking in the kitchen here, but yeah, right. No. For the memes, for the content. Wouldn't be a series for G2 if it wasn't for some content games. I was talking to Romain actually backstage, and for people who don't know this, BB is the one giving the pep talks to the team ahead of the series every time, as the captain he is.
Exactly.
What was the talk today?
I can't share it. You know, it's private information. Might get out somewhere. But I will tell you, I motivate them. You know, you guys know it. No, I usually think about what we need to do today. Also, keep in mind emotional level. Some say I have a very high emotional IQ. You guys don't know me personally, but the people who do, they say that. Okay. Especially a very dear person to me said this. So yeah, very, very, very happy with the pep talks.
All right.
I say speeches. I like it better.
Speeches. Okay, I'm so sorry about that.
Yeah.
It won't happen again.
I think the speech was good today. To be fair.
The speech sounded good. You guys won 3-1. That was pretty convincing.
Thank you.
So we're talking about making it to Worlds. Actually, maybe you can help me on something, because at MSI, I know Kajol had Tabe, Chovy, and Faker on his stream. Faker said that maybe we don't have the best generation of players. Chovy was saying that maybe we don't have the best draft. Tabe was saying that maybe we don't have the good enough discipline. I'm choking here because I can't believe my words saying this. But what do you think about all this? Is the region cooked?
The region is not cooked until it's cooked. You know, we always find out at the end of the year. But until then, as long as there's delusion, there's hope. Is what people say. Why are you guys laughing?
All right. The Lulu is the Solulu until you guys make it to Worlds. Congrats on making it.
Thank you very much.
And we'll see you in Madrid as well. One more time, please, the G2 Army for Broken Blade. That's all for us here on this side of the stage. And I'm going to send it over to Ginny in PGL.
Thank you, Laure. Welcome, everyone, to PGL. I'm joined with Skumond and Dylan. Congratulations, guys. You got the finals in Madrid. You got Worlds. I would actually really like to start things off with maybe commenting on the quote that we just heard from BB. As long as there is delusion, there is hope. Would you agree?
Well, I think that since MSI, we've become a very, very different team. We've very consciously changed a lot of how we prepare, a lot of how we practice, a lot of what we care about and talk about in the game. And since that, I think we had a pretty strong EWC. I think we're much stronger here. So I think at Worlds, we'll be a different version of ourselves. So yes, at MSI, for sure, very bad. But I'm with the delusion as well.
All right, Screwmont?
I mean, I think you said it very well, right? I'm not sure what to say, but yeah, you cannot steal my quote, but yeah, I totally agree, right? I'm really happy and looking forward for Worlds because I really believe that we can do some nice stuff. And yeah, I mean, my first World Championship, so I just can't wait.
But what do you think sets you guys apart? Because my perception coming into this playoffs was that G2, you guys are the only team that kind of fixed their issues, or like your issues, when it comes to improving from winter and spring, while others have been falling behind. So if you can give me a little bit more of a deeper dive on how that's been changing your approach to screens and everything, so that you find the success that other teams are not.
I mean, yeah, for sure, like we had a lot of issues, especially during MSI, and I think we tackled them really well, both like outside of the game and inside. And I think that we've put a lot of work to actually understand and craft the best thing that fits us. So like, yeah, drafts, the way we play, and yeah, like just how we play the game in general. And I think that we kind of found a good formula so far. And yeah, I just hope that we'll be able to keep it and yeah, just keep it.
Like if you come into these international tournaments and there's these huge conceptual things in the game that the other teams are ahead of you at, like for example, maybe utilizing range supports in draft. That was something that wasn't really as developed in Europe. Like people played them, right? We even played them, but it was the Asian teams knew how to integrate them a lot better. There was other things like lane swap stuff against Genji was very hard for us, and we implement that. So we just take stuff from that, and you get now months and months to develop the stuff we were weak on.
Would you say, if anything, having the opportunity to be going to those internationals as a team, and also for you, Scumon, this being the year that you're joining here with G2, is really that catalyst to being able to learn so much so quickly and adapt and implement it?
Oh yeah, definitely, for sure. Like as I said, yeah, I mean, we didn't come like really prepared, I guess, for MSI. I think, yeah, like we had a lot of issues, but yeah, like if we didn't have MSI, I don't think that we would have been like this good in summer, right? So like if we just finish our place, like a K-Cup, for example, I don't think we will be able to just like evolve way more, right, and faster. So I think, yeah, like these international experiences are really good, even though, yeah, like we just got stomped right in MSI, and it was like a really big disaster. But I think we had a lot of takeaways, and afterwards, yeah, for like even the WC, I think we did good, so yeah.
Also, our Kia player of the series is going to be you as well, Scumon, so
Thank
congratulations for that. You just keep collecting the W's here today.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm really happy.
I would really like to kind of like cast back to G2 in general over the year that we've seen, because of course there was the roster change at the start of the year. There were a lot of questions, Dylan, in regards to how are they going to perform? Are they going to perform? Was this the right decision that we've made? And it would be really great to cast our minds back. I would like to talk about the bracket for winter and for spring, where you guys were so close yet not close enough. And this could have been a year where G2 closes things out without a trophy. Does that add a lot of pressure or maybe doubt as well?
I think we have the most talent of any team in Europe, for sure. And I think we made against two different teams, right, through winners bracket both times to grand finals. So we showed in, like, even if it was a single elimination tournament, we'd have won both splits, right? So we can do it. I think we really had trouble putting it all together with regards to drafting and pressure and performing on the day, on both of those finals days. And I think MSI has we're just trying to take something from every split. And I think we're probably the favorites to win again this split. I think Koi maybe can do quite well as well, but we're hoping we can win this one.
But Scumon, I want to bring it back to you a little bit, because I feel like ever since MSI, or when it comes to G2's glow up in summer, it's kind of been on you, I feel like. Well, obviously Labrov as well, but it's always been like you two working together. But I feel like now something is just clicking very, very well. Is it something that you have been, you know, maybe is it gameplay, or is it you stepping out of your comfort zone and having different responsibilities? Can you shed a little bit of light on that?
I mean, kind of both, but I think most likely, yeah, like just stepping up and like actually having the good conclusions after our losses both in finals and MSI. And I think, yeah, we've put a lot of good work, me and Labrov, and I think it just shows during the games. I think we are way more connected and linked up during the games. And yeah, it just makes the game easier, right? Everybody can play their game. If we're playing like really aggressive like type of champions, both in mid and bot, we're able to like to keep up the vision and make sure that everybody can pressure the map as much as they would. And yeah, I mean, I think we both did a great job regarding that.
You guys did, and with that, again, you qualify for the international, you're going to Madrid. But you know, something crazy happened earlier as well in the year when we're casting our minds back to the doubts that people had against when it comes to G2, when it comes to these roster changes. Giotto specifically said something like really famous. Maybe we can roll that clip just to put it out there and refresh everybody's memory. Whenever we do, get it? Either way. All right, it should be coming up. There we go.
Even though G2 is a sleeping giant, my hot take for this year is that they won't make it to Worlds.
What?
So I don't think G2 will make it to Worlds this year. I don't think they'll ramp up as well as other teams.
Okay, Skimon, what you gotta say to that?
Nah, I mean, like, nothing right. I mean, that was his take. I think, yeah, he was just delusional. And, I mean, we showed that we are in Worlds. And no, yeah, like, he can maybe still do it. Jax showed actually good performance. So, yeah, I'm just curious to see what they do. And let's see if they can make it to Worlds as well.
Well, as long as there's delusion, there's hope, yeah?
Exactly.
Well, either way, I mean, you guys have done really, really well. And GX, as you said, they are in that lower bracket. They still have to play one of the teams. But thoughts on tomorrow then, when it comes to MKOI, when it comes to Fnatic, what are we thinking?
I thought, like, Fnatic, from playing them a bunch and seeing their games against us, I thought they were kind of cooked. But actually, they seem to be, we scrimming them a bit, they seem to be actually looking a lot stronger this week. Yep. So I think this one might be closer than I would have thought maybe a few weeks ago. So I would still give it to KOI. Like, they won last split, they won their group, so I think they're favorites, but I'm looking forward to see what happens.
Dylan is pulling such a power move, you know, giving Fnatic fans just a little bit more hope ahead of their series. Oof.
You gotta do what you gotta do. Again, hope. It's a dangerous thing, but it's something that we are running on here in EU regardless. Do you have a specific jungler you want to go up against, Screwmon, when it comes to MKOI, Fnatic? Who are you thinking?
What can you repeat, sorry?
Is there a specific team you want to go up against from tomorrow's game?
Yeah, I will probably give it to KOI, and I kind of want them to win just for us to take our revenge, actually. I think, yeah, they're really good, and as Dylan said, I think actually Fnatic looked pretty strong as well in our scrims, so I'm really hyped to see their games. I think it's going to be like a really nice one. And yeah, I mean, I still put MKOI favorites, and I would like to play them to take our revenge. Yeah.
I love that. I just want to like let that sit for a little. You want the revenge against MKOI, so that's something to look forward to as well. But thoughts and opinions here, Odo, when it comes to, I mean, KC's performance as well. I mean, that first game, it looked a little cooked for you guys, and you guys did manage to make it, you know, a little bit of a comeback.
I mean, you guys know it. That game one draft was was something.
Definitely reaching a bit with the LeBlanc Kled first 3 draft. Hey, I think when we get the kill on Orianna and Orianna starts dying, if Orianna just keeps dying that game,
she didn't.
Actually, she really didn't. We really slowed down. We're definitely, I feel like we come into our series a bit slow sometimes. That's actually something that we've been working on. And I feel like maybe such a fast, aggressive draft in a game 1 probably wasn't the best strategic decision. I'm just happy that even though the game 1 went bad, we managed to win the rest of them pretty cleanly.
It was great because, yeah, my expectation for this series today was that G2 was going to win, right? I even said I was even thinking 3-0 or 3-1. I think if they had the same adaptations that we had later in the series, would have been an easier game because just, again, G2, the team that has improved in case is still, a lot of question marks. But yeah, for me, the more important one is tomorrow with MKOI Fnatic because winner of that game against G2 later on is going to be the spicy one of playoffs for me.
I mean, everyone was looking forward to this one. This is the match of the week, so G2's next one is going to be the match of the week or the finals. What am I even saying at this point? I mean, again, congratulations. You guys really, really showed up today, and that is a very well-deserved win. G2, with that, advances to Worlds and guarantees themselves a spot in the finals. Tomorrow will determine their next opponent, as we're going to have MKOI going up against Fnatic, which will also determine who qualifies next for Worlds and finals in Madrid, of course. Kicks off tomorrow at 5 p.m. CEST. So thank you guys so much for joining us and have a good day.
I'm multi. Open on flash. Win this. Go by cover thing. Can look? Yeah, I can look. I speed you. Okay. Look at I'm okay as well. Look Poppy too. Yeah, you got back, okay? I can steal you, you're fine. Dead. Look Poppy, I'm looking Poppy, okay? I can't, it's all you. We got mid tower. Yes. I'm fine. I have flash in one. Look at Guys. We win. Go nuts after.
Nothing beats a G2 holiday! They did it!
What are these fanboys?
Skumon looking for the smite, and it's Yank again! He's just Skumon's father, it seems. LeBron hit with the ultra-shot laser, and it's a perfect execution from Bladdy that kills off the cow.
They might took an aura. Yeah. Oh, Shield chain. Kill him. I can go. Look, Sivir. 1 HP. Shield. Yeah, step. I got it. Really good.
They're still in base.
Kite it. Go hard. But keep kiting. Kite it. Really good. Wukong. Nice. Oh, Mark. Wukong will flash. We're fine, guys. We hard win. I died. Oh my god. They're sending in. They're going. Sorry, he's gonna ult. I'm going.
Yeah, he's ulting.
Got it.
Get ready.
That's fine. I'm not ready. I've come in too.
Looking early after.
Hit him. Looks good.
Bomba.
I'm chasing.
Good job. Lucian coming.
No flash fan. I've come in. Lucian no stops. You go and kill him.
Guys, LTV.
I chase. It's fine.
That's what you call discipline, buddy.
Look, I'm just wasting his time.
Good shit, guys.
Oh, I will ult him, okay?
No flash.
Oh my god.
What?
Careful, you might still kill him. Okay, nice. I need block here. I'm eating this. What, baby? Nice.
Oh, nice block.
Guys? Yes, good job.
Nice, guys. Good shit. Good shit.
G2, the perfect team fight. They take it all. Here comes the Crow's storm. In knockback, instant combo, person. What is people? Oh my God! Claps, everybody. You know the story. You know the legend.